Ford, the Civic, or the CRV SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CRV. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIA ZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, Pennsylvania. How are you guys doing? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for our girl, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. Let me give you the call-in number because I want this to be a participatory time that we spend together over the next 2 hours. I mean, again, I can't do this by myself, so let's have a conversation. Let's talk about what's going on. There's so much that's going on, and yes, I am going to talk about what we saw happen yesterday with the Supreme Court. And I want to talk about these Democrat socialists because they're winning. And so I want to have a conversation about that. But before I do, let me give you the call-in number. And that number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. Jump in throughout our conversation. But right now, I think my guest, Daniel McGrath, is he on? Okay, Daniel is going to be coming on. He is the retired former associate commissioner for assessments at the National Center for Education Statistics. So I can't wait to have him on because you guys know, listen, the future is all about our children. And so, yes, we can commiserate over what happened yesterday with the Supreme Court. I am livid. I am so sad. I mean, honestly, I'm so sad about it all. But now what? Now what? What do we do? Now, of course, Donald Trump has just come out. I saw just a news clip a few moments ago that he has come out saying that Congress needs to ban birthright citizenship. That's essentially what the Supreme Court did yesterday, was just kick the ball back over to Congress instead of the Supreme Court having the testosterone to do what is necessary to do. They have proven, John Roberts have proven to be very sensitive to the winds of political opinion. And we have often seen him over the past several years kind of punt the ball back over to someone else, right? Like hot potato, you hold it here. So now he has punted the ball back over to Congress, which is where this should be anyway. But what kind of Congress do we have? I mean, you can just look at what Congress, the House and the Senate, and specifically the Senate, has done with securing our elections. I mean, we control the House, the Senate, the White House. They have taken polls after polls after polls. The American people are clear. We want our elections secure. We want people to show an ID before they vote. We want some restrictions on these mail-in ballots. We should not have election months, but an election day. The American people have been clear. This is not a partisan issue. It's not just conservatives who want it. It's Democrats as well. Americans have said they want our Congress to respond, to take up and to respond and to pass a bill of some sort that eases our minds, because that's who they work for. They work for you and I, but I can assure you, having ran for Congress, having ran for U.S. Senate, having flown all over the nation with Vivek Ramaswamy during his presidential election, I have walked behind the curtains with many of our leaders, specifically those on the Republican side of the aisle. These people, we think they work for us, but these people do not believe that. We have a different set of rules between they and us. They don't work for us. I think that's very clear. You can look at how they are responding to securing our elections to begin to understand these people do not work for us. Yes, I get it. The Constitution says they do. We think they do. They can't get in office unless we vote for them to be in office. And yet these people do not work for you. How do we change that? That's a problem. I'm getting ready to go to a break in a few moments here. But on the other side of that break, I'm going to have Daniel McGrath on, and we're going to pivot a little bit because, again, I think, I know our children are the future of our country, and we used to know that. And it wasn't just a bumper sticker. But what we're experiencing right now in this country, just think about it for a moment. I think it was President Reagan who said freedom only exists for one generation. I'm going to find that exact quote. But the spirit of what Ronald Reagan said once is that freedom only exists until the next generation comes. And then the next generation has to choose whether they are going to be a free people. That's what Benjamin Franklin essentially alluded to when he said we created a republic if you can keep it, meaning you have a responsibility. And we've taught a whole generation who has now grown up to have shame for their country, to have shame for their gender, to have shame for the color of their skin. We don't teach civics. They have very little understanding of the difference between right and wrong. We've told them they are the center of the universe. And now those little brats have grown up and they're voting. They're becoming Democrat socialists. They're the win behind the Democrat socialists. That's what we're contending with. And I think you have a couple of options. Stick your head in the sand and go to the shore, or look around and get engaged. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'm sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. I'll be right back with my guest, Daniel McGrath.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through your heart. Don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh my goodness. Good morning, Philadelphia. How you doing? How you doing, New Jersey? What's up, Delaware? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for our girl, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. And we are back. Is my caller on now? Can I get him on? Is he on? Yes? Okay. He's calling in. Okay. Time's a ticking. Time's a ticking. But that is radio. Things happen. Let me give you guys the call-in number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Call in. Let's have a conversation. Jeff, I see you. Joseph, actually, I see you on YouTube. Go to YouTube, guys, and talk to me. But Joseph said, Dems don't need to stack the Supreme Court. There are ample judges rendering opinions for them. It is so true. It is so true. Oh my goodness. I mean, call me anytime. Call me anything you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. Okay, Joseph. Then you follow up with that. But yeah, that's right. I mean, I used to say this all the time, is that no one needs to take away our First Amendment or the freedom of speech if we just hand it over to them. Right? Okay, I got Daniel on. Daniel, you're on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry about the difficulty.
I know, but you know what? It's radio, and that's part of live. But I'm going to be reaching out to you again a little bit later on. But Daniel McGrath, he is the retired former Associate Commissioner for Assessments at the National Center for Education Statistics. The NCES has been the federal statistical agency responsible for collecting, analyzing, and reporting data on the condition of U.S. education from early childhood to adult education to help improve student outcomes. And so I am so grateful I stumbled upon you. I was double clicking about on all links about the Mississippi Miracle and what Mississippi school system has been able to do. And then I stumbled across your name and your reporting, and it was so fantastic. I was like, this guy must be like this must be what you do. And then I come to find out that you're over this. You used to be an associate commissioner at this government agency. So let me just get right into it. The annual report that monitors the conditions and progress of education in the United States was recently released. Overall, from a national perspective, what's the condition of American education? How are our children doing?
Well, it's not great. You know, it's, of course, suffered from the pandemic, but it really had not been doing well before that. You know, I would say that in most states, education really peaked in around 2013. And over the last 10 years, it's been difficult in all three of the main subjects that we track, or the two main ones, reading and math, are the ones that we really track at grades 4 and 8 across all the states. And, you know, across the nation, we've been seeing scores mostly declining over that period, even before the pandemic. And it's been especially so for kids with low skills. So you've been seeing this kind of divergence between the high-skilled kids are more or less doing as well as ever, and we're having an accumulating group of kids with really low skills, and it starts, early.
What's the number one statistic that everyone should be concerned about?
I think I would be most concerned that in fourth grade, we have across the nation 40% of our kids below what's called basic on NAEP. And that means that, it doesn't mean that they can't read at all, but it means that, they struggle with going beyond kind of simple, tell me what this sentence says, or, find information in a passage. They struggle with the things that we really have to do with reading. You have to put together a couple of pieces of information and come to a conclusion. That's difficult for 40% of our fourth graders.
And what do you call that? And what do you call that particular skill? Not just they may be doing poorly with reading, but comprehension. Is that tied to critical thinking?
Yes. I think that's a great point. I think that lots of people probably think, well, I can read, but there's a difference between just reading and reading well. And, I think you're right that being able to really read well supports you in being able to think critically. Yeah, think well. Yeah, exactly. It's better put.
I like that, right? So the ability to read well leans into the ability to think well. And for me, it's not enough just to walk around with a head full of facts. I'm constantly consumed with the formation of culture, because from culture flows everything, flows politics, flows, how my family is doing well or not, flows the economy. Out of culture comes everything. And so for me, I'm consumed with, how do we get a culture full of people who know how to think well? And so that's why I keep coming back to the education. Now, my husband and I, we homeschooled our kids, and we homeschooled them right around the time that Obama and his administration came out with Common Core. So I kind of, stopped focusing on Common Core and the loop-de-loop math that they were teaching people. But let me just go back real quick before I move forward. Looking back now, how did Common Core deliver on those promises of better outcomes for our children?
I think it's hard to say. There was, I don't know the research well on Common Core. I know that there's some research that suggests that it didn't really succeed, but I think it's hard to tell the difference between it not really being implemented and it not really succeeding. And, a lot of things were happening in the world at that time. At that, let's say that in the U.S., 2013 was the peak, the highest scores that we saw. That was a period, kind of, would you call that early stages of Common Core? I would say, right? Maybe the third year or so. But it was also the year that a lot of the recession-related money left education. And so it's hard for me to pull those things apart. I also think it'd be interesting to try to understand, especially if you're really interested in what happened with Common Core. I think it would be good, two things. I think it would be good to try to understand how it related, say, to kids who were struggling versus kids who were already achieving pretty well.
And why is that so important?
Well, because, when I look at the period since 2013, what it looks like to me is that kids who were achieving well continued to achieve well. We still have kids' scores at, say, the 90th percentile are as high as they've ever been. But kids' scores at the lowest 10th percentile have really dropped. So it looks to me like whatever's happened has really hurt the lower skilled kids more than higher skilled kids over the past 10 years. So that's one thing.
And
then the other...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
the other point no, you go.
No, I was just, because you've said it several times, kids who are doing well continue to do well. And I'm thinking, why? Is that just because their parents, there's a greater emphasis on education, and we're going to make sure by hook or by crook that our kid is getting what they need? Is that the reason why kids who do well continue to do well, regardless of what's going on in the world around them, regardless of the pandemic, regardless of an economic crash?
I think that could be part of it. I think it could also be that they have some skills, and it may be that instruction doesn't matter as much to them. That they have enough skill and maybe enough opportunities outside of schooling that, or even within schooling, that they can kind of move along, or not move along, but they're able to take advantage of the resources available to them maybe more easily than kids who are struggling. And so it may be, by crook kind of families, but it could also be that they've got, a sort of Matthew effect, where you have enough skill already that you can really keep it going. I'm not sure. I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me pivot real quick before I have to let you go on Mississippi Miracle, because I'm looking at
Yeah.
your chart. Now, you said education seemed to have peaked in 2013. And I
Yeah, but
see
not
it,
in Mississippi,
but
right?
not in Mississippi, right? Like even
Okay.
during the pandemic, because most
Yeah.
people love to fall back on the crutch
Right.
of the pandemic is the reason why our children are performing, not so well, but not in Mississippi.
No.
They, and I loved how you said it. The mountain moved. They moved the
Yeah.
entire population of the student body. Talk to us about that.
Yeah. So the chart that you're looking at is, people probably mostly understand it as a kind of a normal curve or a bell curve or
Right.
something, and it shows the percentages of kids at different skill levels, and it looks like a mountain because the highest part, the middle part, is where kids with average skills are, right? And there tend to be a lot of kids with average skills, and not so many kids with really low skills, and not so many kids with really high skills. So it looks like a mountain. Well, a lot of times when you see states move their average score, let's say their average score has gone up, it could be either because they were helped to improve the skills of the lowest performing kids, so that everybody kind of reached a certain level. That would be a kind of no child left behind approach, right? And some places you'd see, and this is happening more often in the last 10 years, you'd see that the average score goes up because the higher skilled kids are getting higher and higher skills, and it pulls the average up, but it's leaving behind all these kids who don't have high skills. Well, Mississippi moved the whole mountain, right, over that period, starting really around 2013. So when many other states started to decline, Mississippi really just got going, and they moved the whole achievement. So it's not just that they had fewer kids with really low skills. They did have fewer kids with really low skills, but they also had more kids with really high skills, and the kids with high skills had higher skills than anybody before in Mississippi. So that was really moving a mountain, I feel like.
I feel like that as well. I'm so sorry you jumped on a little bit later. I know we had technical difficulties, but I would love to have you back on. Daniel McGrath, he's a former associate commissioner for assessments at the National Center for Education Statistics. Sir, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
Does your financial planner know the fiduciary oath?
That he or she will put your best interests first.
Writer Mark Hulbert says that way your financial advisor can make decisions based on your well-being and not other factors like commissions.
Before you actually sign up as a client, just have that conversation with your advisor and present that fiduciary oath to them and say, do you adhere to this, and get them to sign it.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox. Let's go. But there's one critical step before digging. Wait, what? Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
It was just
one unforgettable night.
One of those things.
An evening with Harry Connick Jr.
Just one of those crazy flings.
Performing songs from across his remarkable career.
Well, come by me.
Harry Connick Jr.
Come talk to me, baby.
Friday, July 24th. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com.
You got to go see the Mardi Gras.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's up, Pennsylvania? Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. Let me know when Sarah Carter is on the line. Hopefully I'll be able to get Sarah Carter. She was just sworn into office this January as the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy. I gotta take my cough drop out of my mouth. Oh my goodness. So let me know when Sarah's on the phone. In the meantime, let me just read to you guys, because again, we've taught an entire generation that their country sucks. And I remember being on the debate stage when I was running against Dr. Ross and McCormick and others for the U.S. Senate. And I remember, saying things like, this is the greatest country that has ever existed. And I never forget, we were at Villanova, I think it was, one of the debates, and there was a row of young girls. And when I said that, they all looked at me like, like in shock. And there are other times. So then I just got in the habit of saying it just to kind of, test the temperature of the room. And I would see people like, really? You think so? Right? And I could see almost that I was giving people permission to say something positive about our country. Now, being in the U.S. military, I've traveled to so many different countries, and you don't hear anyone dumping water on their country, waterboarding their own country. But here in America, it's become, one of those virtue signaling kind of events that if you, say something horrible about your country, then all of a sudden you're an aspiring good person. But as a result, people, we have raised an entire generation of children who are ashamed of their country, ashamed of their gender, ashamed of the color of their skin. And it is not going to be for the better of our nation. I think we have Sarah Carter on the line. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
I am doing well. I am so glad we were finally able to sync up and to have you on the show. I'm so grateful.
Well, I'm grateful to be on, Kathy, and congratulations to you and the huge success of your show. It's just fantastic.
Well,
Great to be on.
Thank you so much. Sarah was just sworn into office this January as the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, which coordinates anti-narcotics policy for about 19 different federal agencies. She leads Trump's efforts to reduce illicit drug manufacturing, trafficking, drug use, and overdose deaths. I mean, that's a mouthful, girl.
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. It is a huge honor. I'm very humbled by it. I was working as a special advisor to the president prior to my confirmation, which you're right, it was in January. And I got to tell you, we have been at the office here of National Drug Control Policy, the team working day and night to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to protect the American people and save lives. The one thing we don't want to see is more deaths. And I'm proud to tell you here on the show today that we are watching the numbers of deaths reduce when it comes to overdose and poisoning, particularly with fentanyl, all of that due to the incredible work that President Trump has empowered us to do here. We went from a peak of 112,000 plus drug overdose deaths during the Biden administration to right now just under 69,000 in the past year. But I want you to think about that, the magnitude of that.
Yeah.
It's still horrific. We want those numbers to be zero. We want to save American lives and American children, Kathy. And it's our goal to continue to work with all of the agencies to ensure that our U.S. taxpayer dollars are going to remove the supply off the streets and to give those who are seeking recovery the tools that they need to seek recovery and treatment.
Yeah, I saw your article in Epic Times. I took a picture of you on the front page and texted it to you. It's a really great article, just kind of walking through and giving the American people an update. I would be remiss if I did not ask you, just as the practical impact of what from the decision of the Supreme Court yesterday regarding birthright citizenship, because your job is to coordinate drug policies across these 19 federal agencies. What practical impact do immigration and border policies have on your ability to combat fentanyl trafficking and the cartels and getting these death tolls down?
It's absolutely intertwined, As you know, for many years, for more than 25 years, I've covered the U.S.-Mexico border as well as covering the cartels. That means doing investigative pieces on the drug cartels that are operating in Mexico and throughout the Western Hem, not just in Mexico, but throughout Central America and South America. Another big part of my work was covering Islamic State in Iraq, as well as the Taliban and Al-Qaeda throughout South Asia. I spent a good portion of my career on the battlefields in Afghanistan, and a lot of that was, again, investigating the terrorist organizations and how they were utilizing drug funding to not only, move narcotics to fund their organizations, but to move people. And so a lot of what we have seen, it crosses, right? Human trafficking and the narcotics that is being supplied into the United States. It's definitely an intersection, and that's what we were looking at. So our office works very closely with others, like especially nonprofits that are working with, to save children's lives and working closely with people that are trying to stop human trafficking into the United States, because they go hand in hand. And sadly, even at the most basic root, Kathy, where we've seen, parents who, and I'm talking the basics, right? Yeah. Where you see addiction and suffering, and we've seen parents selling their children to be able to fund their own addiction. And then if you want to go to the highest levels, we've seen organizations in Mexico like Sinaloa and others who work to smuggle humans into the United States, at the same time forcing people to be the carriers of these drugs, to move the supplies into the U.S., or who are forcing them into enslavement on marijuana grows in the United States, illegal marijuana grows, who are abusing them. I mean, it's modern day slavery, right? Yeah. So it is, you're right, the Supreme Court decision, certainly a backlash on what we are trying to do in the national security, the overall national security of the United States, in protecting all people and all human rights. This is about the fundamentals of humanity, right? And when I went to the border, it was not about saying this is, anti-immigrant, right, reporting. That has nothing to do with it. I'm the daughter of an immigrant mother who came from Cuba, who, learned English when she arrived here, who came here legally and struggled. She struggled. She worked very hard, and even at the end of her life, after she, retired from a factory, working in a factory, and did everything she could to give my brother and I the life that we have, to be able to get to this point. She struggled. It's about caring about humanity, right? About those that are coming to the United States. It's about giving people an opportunity to be free, not only to be free, from narcotics and addiction and the struggles people face from substance use disorder, whether that be fentanyl, heroin, or alcoholism. But it's also the freedom to not be enslaved, right, by a group or a nefarious organization that is just using people as products, right? As products without a care for them in the world. You know how many parents I see every single day, Kathy, that come to me and tell me, you know, I wish I would have known. Yeah. I wish I would have realized that fentanyl was out in the street, that they lost their 12-year-old or 13-year-old child. I wish I would have known to be aware of that. And now I want to save other children's lives. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We are working day and night to do that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. When I was on the road with Vivek Ramaswamy doing his presidential run, traveling to different parts of the nation, it was the first time we were approached so many times with parents saying exactly that their child thought they were taking one thing and ended up taking something that had been laced with fentanyl. Getting to your article in Epic Times, you said that, that your team is working alongside China to get, because the overwhelming majority of the precursor for fentanyl comes from China. And I remember, these same promises from China. They've made these promises many, many times to crack down on the smuggling of fentanyl precursors. But given the regime's extraordinary surveillance ability and enforcement power, can we conclude that if fentanyl precursors continue to flow out of China, that China want those precursors to flow out of China and into America?
How can we see it any other way? I'm being completely honest with my assessment of what we're seeing, right? So my job in terms of fentanyl is to continue to hold any nation accountable, and particularly China, for the movement of precursor chemicals into our hemisphere and adulterating our supply chain. What we want is commerce, and we want economic booms. We want to be able to enhance our economies, but not at the expense of the American people. So it is a constant. I am constantly in talks. Our offices, as well as our president, who had a very successful trip to China. He negotiated sweeping package of commitments and deliverables to the American people. But we are still holding China accountable. I will never back away from that. Too many children have lost their lives. And by the way, between the cartels and these precursor chemicals that are coming from all over the world, not just China, but from other areas of the world, the majority of single-use and dual-use chemicals we've seen coming from China directly. But we have to have a commitment to ensure that our children and that our people are no longer being murdered. And I say murdered and poisoned because not every one of the 68,000 plus people that lost their lives over the last year died because they were addicts. Many of them, some of them young children, ordered what they thought was Adderall online. And they ordered an Adderall, it looks just like an Adderall pill. Or they ordered a Percocet or an Oxycontin. Or they took something from a friend. They did not expect to die. They were not an addict. They made a mistake. But how many 13-year-olds, Kathy, do you know make mistakes every single day?
Right.
Teenagers, they make bad decisions. It should not cost them their lives. And the horror for their parents to find them, dead and have no recourse, no way of saving them. Can you imagine what the horror is for those parents that have suffered that? So our job is to say no more. We will not tolerate another death. We know what is going on, and it is unacceptable to us. We are going to have a carrot and a stick situation with you if we find these precursor chemicals in our supply chain and they are not being used for makeup and there's no licensing agreement on it and they're not being used for other products, then we will have to draw the line. And we do that the way the president has done that. He's done that, by taxing. He's done that by stopping the supply chain. He's done that by negotiating with China and going over there and saying no more. And I will continue to do the same.
I love it.
But it is up to us. But it is up to us to not be afraid to speak out. And I think like what we've done for so long in the United States is we failed to stand up and speak the truth. Sunlight is the greatest disinfectant, and we cannot be afraid because the most important resource in our nation is our people.
Yeah.
And we have to be there to defend them. That's our job.
I love it. Sarah, you don't mix words, girls, and I love it. Thank you so much for coming on to the Dawn Stensland Show with me filling in. Have a wonderful day, girl. Go fight.
I will. I'm going to keep fighting, Kathy. You too.
Yes, blessings. Guys, that was Sarah Carter. She was just sworn into office this January as the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy. I'll be right back.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BALANCE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BALANCE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BALANCE to borrow up to $10,000.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, guys, I adore Sarah. Just such a good person, and it's very encouraging to know so many people working, for me to personally know so many people working within the Trump administration and know that we do have some good apples in the Washington, D.C. barrel of life. Yeah, wow. It was interesting. I was going to get to another question with Sarah, but I kind of ran out of time. At the end of her Epic Time article, this is someone who is now working in our government. But she says, I have a deep faith in God. Sometimes it is the one place you can turn to. And I love that, of not being ashamed. I think we heard when I was coming into the studio today, I heard Greg Stalker even say they were talking about faith and how he was saying, that the people he knows who have some sort of faith are good people. And it really is so true. It's the same way for me. I was like, yes, I agree. And those with no sense of faith, just out here wilding it on their own, making it up as they go, generally aren't so nice. But I thought that was interesting when I read Sarah, someone, she's not trying to pretend that there is a separation of church and state within her own sense of being. And I love that, because not only did Sarah say that and believe that, but our founding fathers said it and believed the same thing. Let me just, I don't know which one I want to look at first. I'm looking at a quote it's a quote that I mention often when I'm with you guys. And that is John Adams, where he said, the Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for any other kind of people. Now, what do we mean by moral? Well, it simply means people who know the difference between right and wrong. Do you know the difference between up and down, a boy from a girl, left from right? It's just people who have an understanding of the difference between right and wrong. But John Adams went on to say, not just is this Constitution made only for a moral people? He said a moral and religious people, because where else do you get your sense of right and wrong? I don't care if you're Hindu, if you're Muslim, if you're a Christian, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, if you're a Mormon, I don't care. Each of those different religions, quote unquote, they have a sense of bylaws. What's right, what's wrong, what we believe, what we don't believe, what's good, what's bad. Because where else do you get it? So when you see these people walking around saying, oh, I'm spiritual, there's no church of spiritual. There's no rule book. There's no sense of right and wrong. Oh, I'm agnostic. I'm whatever. I don't believe in God. I just, I believe in human. That gives you a clue. And you don't have to search long to see how far our nation has fallen from 250 years ago, when our nation declared its independence from Britain. You don't have to look farther than Netflix or Apple TV or whatever the latest episode or series of television, and you hear all of these young people, dropping the F-bomb like saying Friday night. Like, they just dropped the F-bomb. Like, what? Like, it's just a part of their vernacular, right? Like, oh yeah, I believe in God, and then like a F-bomb laced sentence, 45 minutes long, right after that. We have lost our center as a nation. And yes, I'm excited that our country has survived for the past 250 years. But again, my thought is I'm always projecting forward. Now what? What happens next? And again, I don't think we can long survive when you have a nation that has no sense of morality. Our Constitution doesn't exist for it. The state of our union is perfect for Democrat socialists to rise up and take control. Because again, the Constitution, as our founding fathers laid it out, only exists for people who know the difference between right and wrong, and they know the difference between right and wrong because they have some form of religion that tells them right from wrong. And what was the dominant religion of the overwhelming majority of this of our founding fathers? Well, it wasn't Hindu, it wasn't Buddhism, it wasn't Islam, it was Christianity. I know. Oh my gosh, no separation. That's ridiculous. This is from our founding father. This is the Declaration of Independence. And I have some time, so I'm going to read it to you. Because how many of you have ever read it? It's really, really short. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read the first portion of it because it lays out the framework of the Constitution itself. And he starts off with, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impelled them to the separation. I love how they think. I love how our founding fathers wrote. They're so intelligent. They weren't using all of these LOLs, right? And hashtags. So what is he saying in that first paragraph? He's in that first sentence, he's simply saying during, when the time comes when it becomes necessary, when the time becomes necessary for people to dissolve or to break the ties that they have with another group of people or a band of people, and to join the rest of the powers of the world as individuals, right? Because we were not America, the United States of America, back in 1776. We were part of the colonies of Britain. Well, now our founding fathers are like, hey, we are about to become a nation of our own, to assume our position among the other powers on the earth. So we are now going to become our own nation. So you're going to have Britain. We're going to break away from Britain. We're going to become America. And we're going to stand among the other powers of the world, of India, of China, and all the other nations that were France, and all the other nations that Russia, all the other nations, right? And he said, and so, and when it's time for us to take our equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God, there's no separation of church there. He said the decent thing to do is to lay out our reasonings. And then he continued, and then he goes on and lists the reasons. He said, this is a reason we're separating. And I can encapsulate this by saying we're not slaves. But this is his reason. He goes on in the second paragraph to say, we hold these truths to be self-evident. I don't need somebody from Harvard to explain it to me. It is obvious. Romans chapter 1. You can just look around and see. He said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. You cannot separate these rights from me. And these rights do not come to me because of a strong man or government, but I have been endowed. Every cell in my body is permeated with these unalienable rights given to me by a supreme being. That among these rights, he's going to delineate them, are life. I have the right to life. I have the right to liberty, freedom, and I have the right to pursue the form of happiness I want to pursue, and not the form of happiness of the king or the pope. He goes on. He says, now, in order to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. No. So in order to secure these rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, men create governments. Governments are not created to dominate over men. No, men create governments. And governments are created for two reasons, people. To secure my rights. What rights? Life, liberty, and to live my life the way I want to live my life. But in order for the government to secure these rights, the government first has to acknowledge that I have these rights to life, to liberty, to the pursuit of happiness. That's the role of the government. And the government is created by men for the purpose of securing our rights. And then they go on to say, and the government derives their just powers from the consent of the governed. Newsflash, I'm a part of the governed. And the government receives its right to exist because I say so. And it goes on, but I'm going to pause there. Because what Democrat socialists, Steve on Twitter says, on YouTube says, preach. I debated Rachel Wilson about a month ago on this very thing. Rachel's position. Now, and the interesting thing about Rachel Wilson, if you guys know her, she has been platformed by Joe Rogan, millions of views. Elon Musk retweeted her because her premise is a good premise. Feminism sucks. Feminism has betrayed women. But the second part of her premise that no one ever really gets around to is that the strongest man is the one who should govern. And that is very progressive. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland. I'll be right back.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
I'm just a kid. I'm 6. I'm 9. I'm 4.5. And I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack.
And I know that you want to do all that you can do to help me.
But you might not know about all the different stuff that can make me have an asthma attack. Or all the simple things you can do to fight my asthma. You can fight it with a bear. You can fight it with a duck.
You can fight it with a wrench.
Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites.
Dry off rubber duckies and fix leaks to get rid of mold.
'Cause mold can start my asthma attacks too.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Thanks for doing all you can to help me out.
Because I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, this is Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show, and the call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. What are y'all doing? Call me. Are y'all already out here? Are you working? Are you trying to finish your to-do list for the weekend? Call me. Let's have a conversation. 855-839-1210. Like so many of you, wow. I was excited about what the Supreme Court ruled on transgender or men and women's sports. I was very elated about that. Again, it's just common sense, right? Men are not women, and you really poke a hole in that balloon and let all the air out if you think a man is a woman. When you place a man on the track or in the swimming pool to compete against another girl, or on the volleyball team. Remember, how many times have we seen these boys in dresses or short shorts spike a volleyball and radically change a young girl's life? Because boys are not girls. We know this, except, as I said in the first hour, when we now live in a country or in a culture that can no longer distinguish between right and wrong. When you live in a country that can no longer distinguish between right and wrong, up from down, left from right, a boy from a girl, and let me tell y'all, I've been preaching this. When I actively started going out into the culture probably like around 2008 and having this conversation. So this was not when it was up in your face, but I'm observant. This is what I do. I watch, I look around, and I'm like, okay, and I start projecting forward. If we're doing this now, let me project out 10 years from now. Where is this little beast going to grow up and into? And I'm warning you guys. I don't know if you can see my book behind me of my first book that I wrote, Nothing to Lose, Everything to Gain, Being Black and Conservative in America. And it was really of me just projecting out. And everything I said in this book, it was released in 2020, has come to pass. And it was the reason why I was living my best life as a homeschool mama bear. And we just put a pool in. And I'm like, woo, we about to have parties. I was already figuring it out. And then I'm looking around and I'm like, oh, my goodness, I'm projecting out. We are in trouble. We're going to need a better caliber of leadership. And that was the first time I walked straight out of homeschooling my children and into the political sphere, and have been rolling ever since, learning the systems that control all of us. And we are in trouble. And yes, I was elated about the transgender ruling from the Supreme Court. But then just, 10 minutes later, all the air out of my balloon, my balloon started deflating a little bit when I start projecting forward. What happens now that the Supreme Court, having no testosterone, having too many emotional women on the bench, operating instead of using their frontal lobe and thinking cerebral and thinking strategic, all emotions, because it's what women do. It's what I do. I'm very sympathetic. I'm a woman. That's what I do, right? And all you have to do is just look at, just look at a bunch of moms at the playground. with all of our little babies and watch us. This is our natural default. And now take that of everyone wanting to be equal and everybody having an equal amount of time on the little ride, on the seesaw, and everybody, playing nice. Everybody play nice. Use your indoor voice. Imagine that now in the Supreme Court and making decisions. Too many of that in the Supreme Court making decisions. And now it's like, everybody's feelings. We have to account for everybody's feelings, and we have to make sure everybody feel comfortable. And we don't want people to think we're racist, and we want to be good humans. No, boo. Your job is to interpret the Constitution, to interpret the law, take emotions out of it. But then you have these beta men all around these women, and just like, okay. And that's how I see Justice John Roberts. He's just a beta male. He refuses to screw on a pair and to operate with a strong sense of testosterone and a backbone. It's exhausting. What's really exhausting is to find appropriate words to say in describing these people. It's kind of exhausting. But even if I wasn't here, I would still find appropriate words to try to say. But it's exhausting because these people are just a bunch of jackasses is what they are. They're horrible. And they're in a seat of extreme authority over the rest of us. But this is what happens. John Roberts warned us, that quote, that our Constitution, and let me tell you guys something, newsflash, our nation does not exist apart from the Constitution. Now, the Founding Fathers gave instructions on how to undo the government that they instituted. And let me tell you, these Democrat socialists are taking that to heart, and they're doing just that. I'll get to that in a moment. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland. I'll be right back.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city. I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Independence Day, the birth of America. As we celebrate our great nation's 250th birthday, it's time to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many Americans in their retired years are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence. I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Our proprietary crash-proof retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, there are no fees, there's just peace of mind knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Declare your financial independence from Wall Street. You've worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's up, Pennsylvania? Philadelphia. How you doing, New Jersey? Hey, Delaware. What's up? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for our girl, Dawn Stensland, in the second hour of the show. Here's the call-in number, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. My new friend, William Small, just walked into the studio. Hey, William, how you doing? I'm doing well. Now, I want you to eat the mic, as they say. So, yes,
there we
see,
go.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes.
William Small is from West Philadelphia. He ran for U.S. Congress in the 3rd Congressional District, which is most of Philadelphia. Came up a little short. I think you were doing a write-in campaign, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you did a write-in campaign for that. Came up a little short. And yet, I found it interesting because you and we were just talking one day, and I was asking you, why did you decide to run?
Yeah.
And you began to share your story, and I wanted to bring you back on because I think your story is reflective of a lot of people, and especially in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of people within the GOP who says, yeah, we're going into Philadelphia. We want to be, do our part to try to speak a different narrative. And then you have people like yourself, people like John Alante McAuley and Flip Philly Red that is actually doing what you would think the Republican Party would be like, yes, we're not going into Philadelphia to speak this talk, but William Small is going, so let's support him. And yet you see a little pushback. And I, as one who has seen the Republican Party try to use my own story, my own life, of course, they couldn't find anything, so they just started making up stuff to try to discredit me. I think it's important for people like yourself, like John and others who have a story that may be a little different in how they arrived at this point in their life where they're raising their hand and saying, hey, I'll go in, pick me, coach. I'll go in, I'll fight for this country. So I wanted you to come on and just share your story of how you decided to run for office.
Yeah. So I didn't initially even think about running for office, but when I saw that the Republican Party wasn't putting forth a candidate, or at least a quality candidate who I felt as though cared about winning the election. And the Democratic Party had several candidates, and they were actually, out here campaigning, pushing. I said, okay, well, let me get in here. And then when I saw Chris Rabb's name in there, I said, oh yeah, I definitely got to get in here now. And it was a good experience.
Yeah, it was a good experience. Now, as you were telling me, you are an entrepreneur.
Yes.
You own a construction company.
Yes.
And you were doing very well under the first Trump administration, I believe.
Yes, we were doing great.
Yeah, I know. Trump.
We were doing great.
Trump was making a real impact for Black people.
Yes.
For all people,
Yes.
and specifically Black people. And you were doing very well in your construction business. And then what happened?
And then the pandemic happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the contracts slowed up, which happens in our
Right, of
industry.
course.
You know what I mean? But nobody could have foresaw what the pandemic did to everybody, especially small businesses such as mine. And ultimately, we were forced to lay guys off. A lot of my staff, half of my staff were convicted felons, and they couldn't gain employment other places, especially, paying what I was paying at the time. And I just felt horrible about that. When you tell 12 people out of nowhere, there's no more work, your last check is next week and that's it. You got to go. And everything that I was building at that time, credit and, everything was just falling apart because of the pandemic. And I don't think our elected officials handled it properly, especially, when it comes to small businesses.
And you were telling me about one of your interactions, like you kept going to one of the legislators and saying, telling him your story, telling him, I'm Black, because back then it's all about Black. Black Lives Matter, Blackly Black.
Yeah.
Black this, Black ice, Black everything, just Black, right? And so you're like, hey, you're a Black man, I'm a Black man. I've started this business. I'm employing other Black men, but I'm having a difficult time. And what did this Black Democrat legislator who's all about Black say to you?
Yeah. So when I told him, I'm having time funding these guys, and a lot of my guys weren't eligible for unemployment at the time. So there was no source of income. And when I went to our legislator, he said he would initially help me. And then about a week later, his assistant, because he stopped answering calls and stopped replying to emails, his assistant directed me to community kitchens and community fridges for my employees.
Wow.
Yeah, and it hurt. It hurt. Because my company was with the union, so we were paying union dues at the time to some employees, and I mean, not union, but the union packages to pay the employees. So it was a lot of money being, spent out to build this company. And to tell me, I just thought that was unprofessional in itself, to tell me, a small business owner, to tell my employees to go to the community fridges or, the community kitchens, when you could have led me in the right direction somewhere.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Making contacts, networks, talking to other businesses. Hey, you need to be in this room at this time.
Yes.
Something to open up the door of opportunity so you can at least go in and try to compete for contracts. But instead, he's like, here, send them to a food pantry.
Yeah. And I specifically told him it was, for my employees. And that was his response.
Right. And then what?
And then I had to make a decision. How am I going to help my guys? And at the time, it was tax season. And me and my business partner, even though it was wrong, we decided to add a couple digits onto our tax return. And ultimately, we got back more than what we were supposed to that year. I gave those same employees a severance package.
From that money?
Yes, from that money. And the remaining amount of money we left inside the bank account, and the authorities came a couple years later and ultimately charged me.
And how did they find out about it? Just doing their due diligence?
Yeah, so my business partner, he kept going. And when ultimately, I guess they came to him and he told them that I instructed him to do it. I never denied it. I admitted it, from the beginning, and I dealt with the consequences.
Right. And what were the consequences? Paying it back?
Yeah, a large fine and probation deal worked out. And the remaining amount of money that was left over, I turned over to the government. We had it in that account for a couple years. And
So you didn't go buy houses or boats or cars?
no.
Yeah.
I actually helped my employees, and I helped a couple people in my community. Bills, property taxes at that time were backed up. Some people were facing sheriff's sale foreclosure. Gave them a couple dollars to help them out with. But no, we didn't go buy cars or boats or anything like that.
Yeah. And you were telling me that experience kind of led you into like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I need to get involved in this world of politics.
Yeah, absolutely. And because I know that there was people out there dealing with the same things as me.
It was a lot of people
It was a
who
lot
were
of
hurt when our nation started shutting down businesses and shutting down schools and making it very difficult for earnest people who wanted to make money in the right way, going to work, all of that. I mean, I saw generational businesses having to shutter. Now, I did see government sponsored liquor stores stay open.
Yes.
I saw strip clubs stay open.
Yes.
I think the casino stayed open.
Yeah. And my company,
but businesses were being shut down and harmed.
And everybody wasn't eligible for the business loan because there was so much going on. The funds were exasperated quickly. People were getting those funds that weren't even supposed to get them.
Oh, yeah.
So that was another problem when people like myself did go apply for those funds, found out, hey, someone in Wichita, Kansas already applied for it in your name.
Right. Wow.
And that was a big thing.
Did that actually happen to you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Wait
why,
a minute. Say that again?
Absolutely. That's what made me originally go to Chris Rabb, because when I went and I tried to apply for it in my name, it said I had already got it in Baltimore, Maryland. I don't know how.
And so you were explaining that to Chris Rabb.
Yes.
And now it's interesting, Chris Rabb, he is a progressive, a Democrat socialist.
Yes.
And he just won the Democrat primary for U.S. Congress.
Yes.
And so he, again, is... and what was interesting about Chris Rabb, the reason why he popped in onto my algorithms and Spear is because I thought it was really interesting that the gentleman, the congressman who was leaving that seat, his machine was had picked another person.
Ayla Stanford.
Right. And then you had the DNC machine had picked yet another person. And then you have AOC and the Democrat Socialists coming in and saying, no, we picked Chris Rabb. And these other two machines, right? The sitting congressman who was leaving machine. Then you have this one over here, the DNC machine, very powerful, very formidable, deep roots in the city. Their machine were defeated by the Democrat Socialist machine. And we're seeing that. I mean, it's happening again and again and again all throughout the nation. Last night in Colorado, an incumbent who has been in office for 30 years was unseated by a Democrat Socialist who just came out of the blue, right? And it is this same Chris Rabb that I'm discussing now is the one that you went and had a conversation with, because, his platform is, I just want to help.
Yeah.
I just want to help the down and out, the downtrodden. I just want to give them what they can't get for themselves. And so you go to him and his people direct you to a food pantry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this was when he was a state rep.
Yeah. Make that math work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I think.
But the people have voted for it.
Yes.
Because they're under the illusion that these people actually care for them.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And he's done nothing for the city of Philadelphia in the last 10 years he's been in office.
But this time is different, because once he go to D.C., he's going to do something.
Yeah, with less authority in the state of Pennsylvania. He's going to do something for us, I think we shot ourselves in the foot.
But the people are very excited. I went to Germantown and I've spoken to a number of people who voted for him, and they They're very enthusiastic. You know what? What it is, and what I think the opportunity is for the GOP, if we had people who were actually interested in winning in the GOP, is that disruption is good.
Yeah.
Disruption is not a bad thing.
No.
And right now, our nation is going through a lot of disruption. We have AI. We have that's disrupting everything. You have digital media, social media, that's disrupting a lot of things. But you also have the Democrat socialists. They are disruptors.
Mm-hmm.
And what disruption does is that it creates opportunities for different narratives to come in, right?
Yes.
So in the city of Philadelphia, Black people have been on lockdown with the Democrat narrative of, from the past 70 years. Now Democrat socialists are coming in and they're sharing a different message. But I think that creates an opportunity for people like you and John McAuley and others to go in and share a different message.
Right. Absolutely.
But we're not doing it.
No, we're not. And the Republican Party of Philadelphia isn't doing it for some reason. I have no idea. They seem to be more interested in campaigning against Republicans than actually trying to win these seats.
Yeah.
And the clear example, not just John McAuley, but we can look at, again, Joe Picozzi. You know what I mean? We can look at Kathy Barnett.
Ding, 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 ding.
And we shouldn't be able to say these many names in this short amount of time.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be able to say that the party ran against its own candidates in this short amount of time. No matter how you want to slice it, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
And especially in Philadelphia, though, right? Because you don't have a number. We don't have a lot of William Smalls. We don't have a lot of John Alante McAuleys and others who are willing to go into some of these neighborhoods that are not, that are some pretty dangerous neighborhoods.
Right.
You don't have a lot of people on the Republican side willing to go into those neighborhoods and knock on those doors and spend that kind of time. So when you do have people who are willing to take advantage of this opportunity, where Black people are now, for the first time in my lifetime, rethinking the Democrat narrative.
Absolutely.
Which gives an opportunity.
Absolutely. And like you said, when it comes to the Republican Party and in some of these neighborhoods, me and John are the only ones that are knocking on these doors. And, others that are associated with Flip Philly Red. We're knocking on these doors. We're seeing the people. We're having these events. We're active on social media. We're outspoken. We're calling out these lawmakers, no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I challenge anybody to say that anyone else in the city of Philadelphia besides us is doing that.
Well, no one's doing it. We all know this because ain't nobody trying to be up in some of these neighborhoods.
Right. Exactly.
I'm not trying to go into some of these neighborhoods, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it, right? Now, Germantown.
And we love these neighborhoods. These are our neighborhoods we're from. We love them.
Germantown, Mount Airy, I love that, right? I could do that all day. These are Black people who are speaking my language. Mm-hmm. They are about community. They are open to people being able to walk in and just kind of walk around. I don't feel threatened or intimidated. I feel like I could just walk the street. And you got to be mindful of that, right? So we're not, I'm not here to sugarcoat the state of many areas within predominantly Black community that are just downright dangerous. And someone like myself, I'm not walking up into those neighborhoods by myself, right? I'll follow you. And somebody who's strapped, right? Because I'm not playing.
Right.
But, these people are voters.
Right.
And, we have this thing, like no vote left uncounted, right? Every vote matters, right?
Right.
So we need people who are willing to go into to a lot of places, every place, and to have these strong conversations. And I'm grateful for people like you and John McAuley. And I wanted you to come on and give you an opportunity to make your case.
I think there's a change going on right now. And the reason why the socialists are getting so much traction is because myself, I believe that my generation and younger aren't looking at what party you're affiliated with too much.
Yeah.
They want to know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to improve the quality of life for us? We don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. We want to know, how are you going to improve the quality of life? And a lot of Black people nowadays, in my opinion, that's what they want to know.
You know, and I'm glad you said that because, again, Chris Rabb just won the Democrat primary for Philadelphia. He's a Democrat socialist under AOC's banner.
Right.
And you have a very real example of going to him, a personal lived experience of going to this Democrat socialist saying, man, I need help.
Right.
Help a brother out. And him and his people eventually, first, him ghosting you, and then second, his people directing your people to a food pantry. But here on the Democrat Socialist website, Democrat Socialists of America, they have their program guide, 2025-2026 program guide out there. And listen, guys, I'm about to do a deep dive into all things Democrat socialist because I believe they are here to stay. I believe our Constitution Declaration has actually given them the blueprint to do what it is that they're doing, and they're doing it. And here it is. They say, you know, they want Medicare for all. They want to end the war on drugs. They want to fight mass incarceration and police brutality by abolishing mandatory minimums and cash bail and demilitarize our police departments. They want college for all, make all public higher education tuition free with no out-of-pocket costs for room and board, and cancel all student debt. Right? Like, again, people in your generation, they are saying, I don't care about party affiliation. I want to know what you're going to do for me.
Right.
And Democrat socialists are saying, bet, this is what I'm going to do for you. Now, are they really going to do this for them? No, they're going to do what Chris Rabb did to you.
Right.
Going to hand you a phone number to a food pantry, right? But the messaging, it's the narrative, and you know, we live in, the Bible calls it a generation of tickling ears, where you just want to hear what you want to hear.
Right.
And Democrat socialists are telling people what they want to hear. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'm sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. I'll be right back. I'm going to read off some more of these Democrat socialists because I think you need to hear it, and not just ad hominems of attacking these people as the idiots that they are, but people are falling for this and people are listening to this, and we need to understand what it is we're dealing with. I'll be right back.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Picture streams in our community. That's where our kids play and dogs splash. And some of these streams provide the water we drink. But is the water in these streams clean and safe? The truth is, for most local streams, no one knows. That's a problem. One the Isaac Walton League can help you solve with the Clean Water Challenge. For almost 50 years, the Isaac Walton League of America has helped people just like you test the water in local streams, clean up pollution, and protect healthy waters. Today, the Isaac Walton League has an ambitious new goal: engage volunteers across the country to test 100,000 more streams for pollution. You can protect clean water in our community by joining the Clean Water Challenge. To get involved, visit iwla.org. That's iwla.org. My
name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
What's up? What's up, Philadelphia? How y'all doing? It's your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. You guys are real quiet. Usually you guys are just blowing up the spot, but now you're all quiet. Here's the number, if anyone dare. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. If by some reason you voted Democrat Socialist, or you are open to it, or you finding it interesting, or you have some questions, I will not demean you, no ad hominems. I will just listen. Please give me a call. I want to hear. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. And in the studio with me is William Small. He is a part of Flip Philly Red. He ran for U.S. Congress for the 3rd Congressional District, which is most of Philadelphia, and he is here in the studio just helping me kind of double click on all things Democrat Socialist. And I knew this story about him and Chris Rabb, who ran as, under the endorsement of AOC as a part of the progressive Democrat Socialist. And, they just want to give everybody everything. I mean, you take air and you just deserve all of it. And yet, when you were in dire straits, his people, first he ghosted you.
Yep.
Then, according to you, his people sent you a phone number to a food pantry.
Yes. And the
you
community
can't make it up.
Can't make this up.
You can't make it up. But he's out here saying, I'm going to give y'all the world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give it. And, he calls himself, he's a self-described Democratic Socialist and a proud troublemaker, quote unquote, who reliably supported the most progressive causes in the state house during his 5 terms. His backers said voters sent an important signal this week. They want someone who knows what they stand for and is ready to fight. Whether it's fighting Donald Trump now or fighting an economy and political system rigged for billionaires in years ahead. I mean, it's just a lot of talk. And even when I went to their website, the Democratic Socialists of America website, I'm trying to find where they actually just define who they are. And it's just a bunch of words. And it's very difficult. They will not pin themselves down really. And they just, say basically what they're not. And they talk about Trump in this first paragraph. They talk about billionaires in like the 4th paragraph. They talk about the far right in like the 6th paragraph. These attacks are all the more disturbing because we're missing a real and powerful opposition to it. They talk about the donor class under Joe Biden. They even throwing Joe Biden under the bus, saying he prioritized funding a massive military and budget. The Democrat Party is now waking up. that they have allowed this little beast that they've been feeding to use its infrastructure. And they don't like them either. Democrat socialists do not like Democrats. And the Democrat Party is waking up to it. I try to take like 5 minutes a day. That's about as much as I can stand of listening to these Democrats, opine on radio stations. So I try to listen in. And they're in a frenzy right now because they realize they gave access to their infrastructure to these little demons who are now growing up into big demons and running for them.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And unseating them.
Yes.
Routinely.
At a rapid pace.
At a rapid pace. But now people like you and I on our side of the political aisle, we can't, get comfortable because they're coming after everything.
Yes.
And if you go and read just the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, you will see that our country, that our founding fathers give the prescription on how to undo the government that we institute.
Yes.
And listen to this. I'm going to just read this one little sentence. I read the first part of the Declaration of Independence. I'm going to pick up where I left off. And our founding fathers said that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. Well, what is the government that we have? Well, it's a constitutional republic, and the system that we use is capitalism. On the Democratic Socialists of America website, they say, "What is democratic socialism?" Again, they don't give you a definition.
No, they don't.
But instead, they say capitalism is a system designed by the owning class to exploit the rest of us for their own profit. We must replace it. Well, how are you going to replace it? With democratic socialism, a system where ordinary people have a real voice in our workplaces, neighborhoods, and society. We believe there are many avenues that feed into the democratic road to socialism. Our vision pushes further than historic social democracy. And these people are using our system, the Democrat Party system, using their infrastructure and using our system as a nation to do exactly what our founding fathers said, that whenever a people decide that the government isn't working for them, that the government they formed isn't working for them, then it is their responsibility, it says, to organize its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. And that's exactly what Democrat socialists are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like they're taking our country into a free fall. They don't like the Constitution. They don't like the Second Amendment. It's not much that these people do like that what's going on in our country. It seems like they hate everything, including our flag. I don't know how to slow this down.
Well, I mean, I've been talking about it a lot, but you mentioned the flag. The girl who just won in
New York.
Yeah. She put out a post, and I have it here. She said a tweet. This was on December 23rd, 2019. They clipped this tweet of her. She said, "I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hands on the American flag behind me." Smiley face.
And that was Diana Moreno.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she seems more worried about Palestine and things that go on abroad than what's actually going on in America. She's anti-American as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. But these people are winning, right?
And they're winning.
They're winning. And they're not, you're not going to be able to put this genie back into the bottle. This is here.
Right.
And so we have to have a response. And unfortunately, turning to the Supreme Court is not our response. I mean, they had a wonderful opportunity, because the situation that is occurring on the ground today with Biden administration opening up our country and allowing 20 million plus people to just walk in, many of them just dropping a baby, and now that baby becomes an anchor baby. And so now those babies are citizens and the rights and all of this, and now they can bring their mama, their daddy, their cousin, their nephew into the country, right? And then these little babies grow up, and they're being fed a diet that you should be ashamed of this country. You should be ashamed of your gender. You should be ashamed of the color of your skin. This nation is evil. This nation is bad. This nation is horrible. And now these little beasts are growing up. They've grown up. And now they're running for office.
and like Diane Moreno, she was born in Ecuador.
Yeah.
She's wasn't even born in America. And I don't understand for the life of me, how are these people not born in this country running for office at the highest level?
Yeah.
These people are anti-American. She said it herself when she just won. She said it herself.
Yeah. Would they remove the mask?
Yeah, as soon as they won, they removed the mask.
I mean, and some of them even before.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Mamdani made no. He did not hesitate in letting people know who he is, right, or what he believes or what he doesn't believe. And yet, again, the culture has been fed a message.
Yes.
That, you know, like we used to call it virtue signaling, and we'll laugh at them. But see, these little babies, 10 years ago are now 20.
Yes.
If they were 20, they're now 30. And now they're running for office, and they've been fed a particular narrative. And we have to do a better job. And unfortunately, with what we saw yesterday with the Supreme Court, John Roberts doesn't have the testosterone to do what is necessary to secure our country. So he's punting it back to Congress. But look at what Republicans are doing. We control the House, the Senate, the White House, and we can't get any bill passed to secure our election.
Right.
Although 90+% of the Republican constituents want Republicans to secure our elections.
Right, exactly.
No one is willing to do what is necessary to provide a strong push on what is clearly coming our way. These people are not playing with us.
They don't have loyalty to us. If you look at Elaine Wang over there in Arcadia, California, she was a Democrat mayor. She was indicted, her mayor title stripped, and she had to admit of being a foreign agent of China. This was a mayor in one of the largest areas in America.
And did she run again and win?
Well, no, I think she's in jail right now,
Well, that's the only thing that's saving us. Yeah, those knuckleheads will probably vote for her
again. But she had a career. She was a councilwoman. Yeah. She moved up to mayor. But we see this with the 17 U.S. representatives that weren't born in our country. We see this with the 2 senators that weren't born in our country. We're looking at Ilhan Omar. We're looking at Diane Moreno. We're these people who have no loyalty to our country and express having loyalty to their country. But we're voting them in office.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do not believe we're going to put the genie back in the box. I think a bottle, this is where we are.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get serious about it. We, the people, are going to have to get serious about it because obviously our legislators are not. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for the Don Stensland Show. Blessings. See y'all on the other side.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137. 1137.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's up, Philadelphia? How y'all doing? This is it. Oh my gosh. Again, it comes and goes so fast. Jimmy, you are awesome out here on the YouTube world sphere. Yeah, you're keeping everyone informed. Yes, the gentleman you have been listening to this hour of the Don Stenslin Show is William Small. He ran for Congress in for most of Philadelphia, the 3rd Congressional District. Came up a little short. Did a write-in candidacy. And so he's been here just kind of helping us understand what's going on in Philadelphia. So let me just punt the question over to you. What is the future of Philadelphia?
It depends who's in charge. Honestly, it depends if we get a socialist. It depends if we get a conservative. It depends if we get a progressive. You know?
What are the odds of getting a conservative in Philadelphia anywhere?
It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle.
But should we stop?
No.
Because it's an uphill battle? Because it's going to be hard?
No. And I actually like being a minority in Philadelphia as far as in the political field.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of Republicans. And in a city of
There's
1.8 million people, there's about 38,000 registered Republicans, which is great to me, you know, because
it's probably a lot more, but
yeah.
I mean, like, they won't hire you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Even people that I speak to, a woman, she calls me all the time and she says, you know, Will, we're having these much problems, and you know, and I want to say something, but she works in City Hall and she's a Republican and she's scared about the backlash because that's Democrat territory. Yeah, it's real, you know. So we look at the past of Philadelphia. Homicides 500, 400, 300. You know, it's historically a violent city.
Yeah.
We look at our education, our numbers are low. I don't care what Tony Watlington, the superintendent for the school board, is talking about. Our numbers are low. They've been low. Reading, math, everything like that. We need a change, and we don't need someone who's making promises about giving everything away. We need someone who has a plan who has a plan to change Kensington, a plan to make our schools better. We need someone with a plan.
A plan, a real plan.
Not just talking points.
Right. I mean, because history tells us what happens with socialism when power accumulates in the hands of a few. History tells us what's going to happen to the rest of us.
Yep.
It doesn't. It has never worked.
It's never worked.
You've been listening to Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. Thank you, William Small, for being here. I appreciate it. Blessings, guys. I see y'all tomorrow.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a 927-page financial disclosure form, President Trump reported earning at least $1.4 billion in his first year back in office just from crypto and his meme coin-related businesses. He made $26 million from foreign real estate deals and $80 million from settlements tied to lawsuits against ABC, CBS, Meta, YouTube, and others. Critics say Trump is profiting from the presidency. On Wall Street, stocks are now higher after U.S. manufacturing in June was up for a 6th month in a row. Private sector hiring in June was solid. And the head of the Fed, Kevin Warsh, says inflation risks have come down, and he's determined to bring inflation to just 2%. Right now, the Dow is up 0.4%, the NASDAQ slightly higher, the S&P up 0.25%. And Target ending its store-within-a-store partnership with the Ulta Beauty chain this fall, replacing them with Target Beauty Studios. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
C News, I'm Michelle Franzen. New details following the release of President Trump's financial disclosure forms to the Office of Government Ethics. The president's personal wealth increasing last year by more than $2 billion, more than triple the profits he reported prior to returning to the White House for a second term. The president telling reporters there was no conflict of interest.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k,
How's your 401k done?
The majority of the president's earnings coming from cryptocurrency. He reported $1.3 billion. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
That includes upwards of $600 million tied to his meme coin, which has seen its value plummet in recent months, and well north of $500 million from the company World Liberty Financial, a firm co-founded by President Trump's family and the family of his Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff. That was before the president re-entered the White House. It's been involved, that company, in some controversial overseas business deals, including with a member of the Emirati royal family.
President Trump landing in North Dakota a short time ago on the inaugural flight of the new Air Force One jumbo jet gifted from Qatar. A dangerous heat dome stretching from the upper plains to the Gulf states and East Coast. ABC's Leslie Lopez is along New York's Rockaway Beach.
The Energy Department declaring an emergency for the nation's largest energy grid amid concerns over potential record demand and supply shortages. The orders allow PJM, which services 13 states and Washington, D.C., to operate at maximum output without environmental concerns as electricity demand skyrockets in the heat. Thousands of power outages already reported in Ohio.
1 week after the double earthquakes in Venezuela, search and rescue crews still finding survivors in the rubble. The latest, a 3-year-old trapped. The death toll now climbing to nearly 2,000. And more World Cup action today, including the match between the U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina, their first of the knockout rounds. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month with Window Nation at 50% off all window styles. Yes, 50% off new, beautiful, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Call now, 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Virginia, I could talk about birthright citizenship. We can get into all of that stuff today if you want. But quite honestly, we could talk about that every day of the week. We could take telephone calls about that throughout the month of July. We can take them into August, September. We can talk about that all year long. We can talk about the fact that the president is on a big old jetliner that has a new paint scheme on his way to Mount Rushmore for fireworks today. We can get into all of that if you wish. But I'm going to change things up just a little bit because I'm hosting the show, sitting in today for Dom. And again, my name is Rich Herrera. You'll get to know me here in the next couple hours. 855-839-1210 is the number for you to join us. But what I want to get into today with you is today's a pretty special day, fellas. Today is Monday, July 1st. Today, 250 years ago, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, they're getting together at Philadelphia, and they were trying to come up with the biggest breakup letter in the history of the world, telling the King of England to go kick rocks, that America was to be free and we didn't want to be part of the British Empire. Okay? So can we lean into that today? I live in Virginia, and I told people when I was sitting in last week in the afternoon show, I live in Richmond, Virginia. So I'm not far from, and I'm down at the state capitol quite a bit, and I see a big statue of George Washington and all the founding fathers from Virginia. I'm not far from where Patrick Henry stood and said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And I sit right between Mount Vernon and Monticello. So I'm right in the middle where the founding fathers once stood. You're in Philadelphia. You walk the streets that Thomas Jefferson and all the rest of those founding fathers, Ben Franklin, You're right there where they were. So let's lean into this special time that we have today, because it is Monday, July 1st, 2026. And 250 years ago, America was a fantasy. America was not a place. We were not a huge country. We weren't a world superpower. We were a bunch of farmers who said, we're tired of the king. 250 years ago, some brave men put out there. Today, we put out there. Oh, they say Monday, it's Wednesday. Sorry. I'm getting my days confused here because I'm so excited about the semi-quincentennial. All right, it's Wednesday, Rich. First mistake. Tell Dom, sorry, I already messed up the show. But think about this. We're sitting here in the footsteps of men that took every opportunity to, they could have backed out. They could have walked away. They didn't have to put their name on this document, because putting your name on this document that they signed here in Philadelphia was instant death. If they would have been caught, they would have been hung as traitors. So I want to reflect back on that as we sit here on July 1st and we get ready for the semi-quincentennial coming up, the 4th of July, Independence Day on Saturday. So I got a question for you. If we were walking around today and we bumped into a founding father, what would you want to say to them? Pretty simple question. If we bumped into a founding father today, what would you want to say to them? Now, I ask you this question for a reason. So I was just telling Henry that I'm kind of new to news talk. I'd been a sports talk show host and a broadcaster my entire life. Major League Baseball, NFL, college football, college basketball. But I saw the way the country was going, and like a lot of you, I said, you know what? I got to do something. My founding fathers gave me something. What am I doing to pass this along to my son and the next generation? So I said, hey, listen, I'll give up my good job, my cushy life. I'll give up my national sports talk show because it's important that I think people speak up, and I think it's important we remind people their voice matters. So I bring this up to you for a reason. So I was living out on the West Coast, and I drove back to the East Coast, and I said, you know what, I need to figure out what people are thinking about. So I did this. I stopped every once in a while, just random places along the way, driving from the Arizona deserts to Virginia. And I just would pick random places, truck stops, gas stations, rest stops. I mean, just the most random places I could think, I stopped. And I said, hey, listen, I'm a talk show host. I'm just going to start a new job. And this is about a year and a half ago. And I said, can I just ask you a couple questions? So I asked them 4 questions of everybody. And I said, listen, do me a favor. Tell me something, would you? Tell me what you would say to the founding fathers. And it was pretty universal. A lot of them were thank you. Just thank you for giving this great country. And it wasn't like I picked just Republicans, just Democrats, just blue states, just red states. It was everywhere I went. So through Arizona and into New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, up through Tennessee, all these different places. I said, what would you tell the founding fathers if you got a chance to talk to them? Franklin, Washington, Adams, Jefferson. What would you want to say to them? And that's what I'm going to ask you today to share with me. The number for you to join us on the program, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. What would you say to the founding fathers that gave us this great American experiment 250 years ago? What would you want to say to them? What would you want to ask of them? What would you want to relate to them? 855-839-1210. To a person, everybody said thank you, and a lot of people kind of semi-apologize, like, I think we're kind of messing this whole thing up. And that's where I want to go on the program today. Again, you guys know the number, 855-839-1210. The guys back in the studio screening your calls. So you're walking down the street and you just happen to bump into Ben Franklin. Now, you might bump into someone who dresses up like Ben Franklin, who is a reenactor, and you might have had a conversation with him at one point. I was up at Mount Vernon the other day, and I ran into a gentleman that plays George Washington. I know someone who will play Patrick Henry. There's a really good guy over in Virginia Beach that does John Paul Jones. So they're reenactors. So my question is, if you ran into the real thing, if you ran into George Washington, what would you want to say to him after 250 years of this American experiment? Would you thank him? Would you question him? Would you complain? Would you ask him, I wish you would have done this a little bit different? Because think about this. They created all of this from just whole cloth. There was nothing. There was no blueprint. There's no such thing as democracy. Men ruling themselves would have been the most ridiculous statement anybody could have ever made. And there's no way in God's green earth you're going to defeat the redcoats and become independent, you farmers and militia. That's not going to happen. But it did. And now 250 years later, we're getting ready to celebrate our 250th birthday, our semi-quincentennial. So I want to know right now with you, as you're standing there and the radio station's pumping out here in Pennsylvania and somebody's going to be driving by Ben Franklin's gravesite and leaving a penny, or there might be a radio going and it's actually, you can hear the radio station out at his gravesite right now. What would you want to say to him if you could talk to Ben Franklin right now, or George Washington, or Thomas Jefferson, and all the rest? That's where we're going this morning, the start of the program. Again, number 855-839-1210. Here's what I would tell them. First of all, I tell them thank you. I'd say thank you for giving me this great gift that anybody with a little hard work, a little guile, and some backbone, and some resilience can have the opportunity to do something special. That's the first thing I'd say, is just thank you. That we're not in classes anymore where if you're born the son of a ditch digger, that's your lot in life, whether you're the most brilliant man, talented man in the world, or you're the biggest dunce in the world. That's just who you are. That's who you're going to be the rest of your life. We have no aristocracy. We have none of that. We have people that give you the opportunity to fight and win on your own. So that's the first thing I'd say, is just thank you guys for giving me this opportunity that we call America. I'd ask him a couple questions. One I'd really start asking him right off the get-go. One I really start asking him off the get-go is I'd ask about the Second Amendment. I ask about free speech. I ask about so many of these things. What were their intentions? So again, I open it up to you right here on WPHT during the Dom Giordano program. What would you say to the Founding Fathers if you had an opportunity to talk to them? I would thank them profusely. And then I'd say, I hope we're making you proud. I hope we're making you proud. Sometimes I wonder, but I think we're making them proud. At least we're trying. You guys know the number, 855-839-1210. Now, I do have a question for you. What would the British sound like if you were able to talk to them today? Because I did a little bit of research getting ready for Independence Day, because guess what? The king would not sound like the king if you got a chance to meet him in real life. Cornwallis would not sound like Cornwallis the way we think from the movies. He would not sound the way he would sound. I'll explain to you why the British and the Americans at one point kind of sounded the same. Did George Washington have a British accent? Did he have a posh accent? We'll find out. Coming up, I've got a linguist who studied this, and she's going to join us coming up here in just a few moments. What did the Brits sound like when we kicked their butts in the American Revolution? You guys know the number, 855-839-1210. My name is Rich Herrera, filling in for Dom today. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210. This is WPHT.
All right, we're enjoying our summer vacation, 4th of July, America's 250th, whatever it is. It's also time to think about your home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and even though I'm not with you this week, I know that if you're looking for a contractor who can help, you got to think about my friends at Emmons. EmmonsRoofing.com. Emmons delivers protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons is my go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. And they even have a new bathroom division, and they remodeled the kids' bathroom, and it looks just absolutely amazing. Emmons doesn't just make your home look great, it makes it stunning from the curb. Energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. You're going to get top quality, American-made products. It's going to increase your home's value and make your home more beautiful. From lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, to siding that insulates, to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to EmmonsRoofing.com. My great friends at emmonsroofing.com.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
So many people have hired the wrong tax company. They tell you what you want to hear and not what they can deliver. Many of us have heard the stories, and they don't end well. Hi, we're Legal Tax Defense, and I'm here to tell you that all tax companies are not created equal. We're the nation's leading tax relief firm, and we've saved taxpayers millions over the past 15 years. If you've been struggling and owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, get help today and call 800-683-6853. If you're still receiving letters from the IRS, have unfiled tax returns, or facing active collections, call Legal Tax Defense now for a free, no-cost consultation. If we can't resolve and settle your case with the IRS, no one can. Get protected today by calling Legal Tax Defense at 800-683-6853. You could save thousands. Call 800-683-6853, 800-683-6853, or visit LegalTaxDefense.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Westchester, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Do you think they bought it? No, Your Majesty. This is His Majesty King George III. I've been advised by my public relations team to issue a formal apology. Let's get on with it. Sorry about the taxes, sorry about the...
No, King George, we don't want to hear your apology. We just want our independence. Hello again, everybody. It's Rich filling in today for Dom on WPHT. She's taking the day off. I'm sitting in today as your guest host. So we asked to start the show off with, if you got a chance to meet one of our founding fathers, what would you want to say to them? Would you thank them? Would you ask them a question? What would you tell them? Would you give them feedback? Phone lines are open, 855-839-1210. But I started doing some research, and I wondered, what would George Washington sound like? I mean, I've seen the reenactors. I've been to Mount Vernon. I've seen him captured on video, but what did he really sound like? What did Cornwallis sound like? What did King George sound like? Did they have that posh accent? I don't know. So I did a little bit of research, and I want to bring on our guest coming up this hour. Is Dr. Valerie Freeland. She's a PhD. She's a linguist, and she's written extensively about different accents and the way people sounded. She's got a very fascinating article she just published about how we sounded during the Revolutionary War, and she's our guest here on WPHT. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us. So I'm just asking this question. If I got a chance to walk up to George Washington, would he sound like Cornwallis? Would he sound like the King of England? Would he sound like a posh, proper British gentleman, since he was a member of the colonies, but ostensibly a subject of the crown?
A lot of people have this idea of what revolutionary speech would have sounded like, and also even what they would have sounded like in Britain at that time. And it's that sort of very elegant, elite RP, received pronunciation, that you hear in the Queen's English today, or I guess the King's English. But in reality, neither the British nor the Americans would have sounded like this vision we have in our head, because when you go back 250 years, it is a completely different dialect landscape. And even though a lot of people that traveled to the United States from Britain at that time or slightly earlier remarked on the incredible uniformity of the speech of Americans and that it sounded like a more pure British version, It really was also remarked a lot that the colonies at that time were starting to sound different from each other. So the different early settlements in the, mid-Atlantic versus the South versus New England. So it's really unclear exactly what that accent would have been, except that it would have been different from both British English today and American English today in many ways.
So let me make sure I get this right, because every time I watch a movie like The Patriot and they show Cornwallis, he has that very posh, proper English that we hear. And we've seen this over and over and over in Hollywood. So what would the King of England, King George, sound like? What would Cornwallis sound like? What would the British Redcoats sound like?
It would have been about 100 years later where that posh British accent comes into existence. The accent that we think of as that sort of, upper class British polite society accent didn't really exist 250 years ago. So things like saying aw instead of like Voss and aunt and rather instead of a or a, that wasn't in existence yet. That didn't start until the late 1800s and early 1900s. The dropping of R was just a very fledgling tendency, which is why you have ass for arse in the United States, because that was a place where we see that happen early. But most of the R dropping, like in car and cart, of course they didn't have cars back then, but it would have been still cart, even in British English at that time. So those big things that we see as different between American speech today and British English, it didn't yet exist. So it would have been a lot of changes to the vowels that were different, and in American English as well. So in both places, we would have had shorter, simpler vowels for words like day and say, or no and go. So they would have been more like de, se, or na, ga. And that would have been both true in America and back in Britain, because the diphthongs, or the sort of multi-part vowels that developed differently and later in both places. And then we also, when you go to Tangier Island or you go to Martha's Vineyard, there's that quaint sort of speech where you hear, so they're very proud of it. So they're proid, or they fight, so they foit, or they have a good life, so they have a good life. That actually would have been much more typical of what they would have sounded like, both in Britain and in America at that time.
So let me make sure I have this correct. The English sounded like Americans. The Americans sounded like the English. When did the English start acting or speaking with this high lilting, posh or Cockney accent? Why did they change their speech to sound so much different than their former subjects in the Americas?
Okay, well, one thing is that the British and the Americans would have not sounded alike, in the sense that you would know an American and you would know a British speaker. So you actually find in descriptions of indentured servants, for example, around that era or slightly before, that had run away, you would find that they would say they speak broad Scottish or broad Irish or broad English, to discriminate between the American indentured servants that were born there and sounded American and those that had been recently brought over from Britain. So they obviously sounded different, but they both had sort of a British lilt in terms of what we would hear them as today. The difference was in the colonies, a lot of the big differences that were regional or class-based in Britain, because basically in Britain you'd walk from one county to another and you couldn't understand each other. So it was incredibly diverse at that time. But in America, it was much less diverse due to something called linguistic leveling. When you have all these people from all over coming together, all over Britain coming together, the big differences in their speech level out or kind of disappear, and they start to sound a little more uniform. And that's what people really remarked on about speech in America at the time of the Revolution and slightly before in late colonial eras. So the big divide really happened actually within the first or second generation of the colonists coming to the New World, because when children are born in a new place, they change speech substantially. So they had all these different varied inputs from all over Britain, Ireland, Scotland, and they basically merged the differences into this more leveled variety, but it still had a British sound to it. And it really was around the time of the Revolution when the Founding Fathers started saying, we need an American language. So the things that are different here, we need to really highlight some of the educated sounding differences. They also didn't really like rural or rustic speech in America at that time. So they were highlighting certain speech varieties over others, as we still do today, but they wanted it to be more different from Britain. So, for example, when the R started to disappear in British speech, Americans did not follow that, in part because of revolutionary spirit. So it became more important around the time of the Revolution to sound different.
This is incredibly fascinating because I didn't know any of this until I started reading some of your work and doing a little bit of digging. Dr. Valerie Friedland joining us right now on WPHT. So once the Americans, and it sounds like we almost had a melting pot right from the beginning because we'd have people from Scotland, Ireland, all around the world that came here as settlers and then became the 13 colonies. How did we start getting a differential of the southern dialect versus the northern dialect? So we have, people from Long Island, and then we have people from down in the south. Where did that all come from?
Well, there were many layers of different settlements. So the original 13 colonies were primarily settled by British origin speakers. So while there were some people from, for example, the Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, at the time of the earliest American colonies, they were not very influential on what would end up becoming American speech. And it was really those early British settlers, which included, of course, Ireland and Scotland, that made the biggest impact early on. But then in the late 1700s, you get a lot of Scots-Irish and German settlements. And then in the 1800s come these other waves of immigrant population. So you also get in the early 1800s a lot of French-speaking immigrants. You get in the mid-1800s a lot of, say, Polish and Yiddish-speaking immigrants. You also get a lot of Italian immigrants, a lot of Irish immigrants, and a lot of Eastern European immigrants, as well as Chinese. So those different layers really added to what we hear as the American regional differences today, particularly in cities like New York, Boston, Philly, Chicago, where a lot of these immigrants in the 1800s settled. They contributed to what we hear as urban speech in those big cities today. It was these many later layers that really made the New York accent sound New York, for example, or the Chicago accent sound like Chicago. But early on, the southern colonies probably didn't sound all that different from the New England colonies because it was a lot of southern British settlement there. And the southern accent that we hear today, the southern drawl, the merging of pen and pen, the monophonization of I, so that fires far, that actually didn't happen until after the Civil War. So it was another war that really brought that to the fore. But the southern we hear today is actually a fairly recent development.
So fascinating. So is it nature or is it nurture? Did people want to sound a little bit different so we don't sound British, or I want to sound like Southern aristocracy, or I want to sound like I'm from Long Island?
It's a little bit of both. So there's an inherent tendency in language, just from the way our mouths and minds are wired, that language will always vary. So there are always differences in the way we make certain sounds. But when they start to accumulate in one group versus another because they've been separated over time, then that's when they get heard as an accent, because they also start doing social identity work. And when we start to recognize ourselves as members of a group with a specific way of speaking, then we also aim to sound more like those we want to identify with. So it's both nature, it's part of the makeup of how we do language, but it's also nurture. It's part of the makeup of how we do society. And that leads to greater differences. So after the Civil War, it was also the ideological division between the North and South that really spurred the development of the Southern accent to be different. Also, there were some economic changes in terms of how county stores developed and then towns developed around those that brought Southerners together in a way they hadn't been before. There was also a lot of West African influence because of the slave trade that had been really prevalent there. So all of those factors kind of contributed to what ended up being the Southern sound.
Okay, so here's my big question. You ready?
I'm ready.
If I offered a talk show to George Washington and Ben Franklin today, would they be more? Would they sound more natural on the BBC or on WPHT in Philadelphia?
Oh, definitely in Philly. They were made for Philly. Although I can't promise they said water.
This is fascinating. I mean, I am just completely fascinated. I'm blown away because I always thought the British had that proper British accent. So when Cornwallis is coming out and he doesn't want to surrender his sword at Yorktown, oh, please go take care of my sword for me. He probably sounded more guttural than he did posh.
Well, there still was the sound of those in the aristocracy versus the common man. So there was definitely a distinction, but that distinction didn't really become salient in terms of how we think of it today until the late 1800s, when there was more of a possibility for the middle class and sort of the common man to start to rise up in wealth and stature. And that's when pronunciation differences really became important as a marker of how you were raised and where you were born and whether you were a member of sort of the blue bloods or not. So that idea that we have about that posh accent, that didn't really come to formation until the late 1800s.
Folks, I'm going to tell you, I'm a complete fanboy now of Dr. Valerie Friedland, who's joining us right now on WPHT. I find this all to be very fascinating. I've got to get you back on the radio because we're going to talk about Pygmalion and whether the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain, and there's so much more I need to know and learn from you. But I appreciate you taking time, and let me just wish you a happy 4th of July, and thank you for your time this afternoon on WPHT.
Absolutely. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you so much. We'll continue with you. I'm Rich, sitting in on the Dom Giordano program. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
An extreme heat warning is in effect this afternoon all the way through Saturday. We'll have sunshine and clouds, more humid with a high 98, but feeling like more than 100. For tonight, very warm and muggy, mostly clear. Low 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Even hotter on Thursday, plenty of sunshine, near record warmth. High 102, but feeling like 110 at times.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. I don't know about you, but I thought that was pretty fascinating. I always envisioned the King of England having a very posh British accent during the Revolutionary War, but they didn't. They sounded more normal than you would think when you hear King Charles speak right now, or or Camilla speak right now. They spoke more like regular people and then didn't develop that British accent until later. But it helps bring something into focus that I want to do right now. So again, I've got phone lines open for you, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I wanted to humanize our founding fathers, meaning I see statues of Franklin and Jefferson and Washington and all the rest, but they were real life people like you and I. They were real life people like you and I. They were human, flesh and blood, good and bad and all the rest. But they were amazingly brave because they said they would put their lives on the line to give this nation an opportunity of birth. So if you got a chance and you could just tell the founding fathers something, what would you want to say to them? Would you thank them? Would you question them? Would you tell them, hey, you did a great job, or hey, you know what? I wish we would have done this a little bit differently. Because again, 250 years later, this is not set in stone. This is not a guarantee that this country goes on forever. I'm sorry to say that. This has been and always will be the most amazing experiment the world has ever seen. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. This is a grand experiment in allowing mankind to self-rule. This is a grand experiment. In my lifetime, it seems like, oh, yeah, it's set in stone. No. This is a grand experiment that we'll see whether it stands the test of time. If you think about it, 250 years is nothing in the grand scheme of the entire world. We're babies. We're infants compared to civilizations around the world. I just was in Ireland not long ago. Ireland, they go back years and years. They go back centuries. We go back 2.5 centuries, and we act like this has been set in stone forever. I went to southern Italy. I was in Sicily, and it was amazing watching the Sicilians talk about, oh, these people came in and conquered us. 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 And their history goes back so long. And I'm looking around like, wow, look at how amazing this is. This building is 250 years old, and they're laughing like that building's 2,000 years old. So I'd like to know this fledgling experiment that we call America. If you got a chance to talk to George Washington, what would you say to him? And again, I did this experiment driving cross country, just walking and talking to random people. And to a person, they all said, just thank you. I appreciate this country. And I guess that's where I also want to go with this. How much do you appreciate the opportunities that we have here in America? Because they're pretty remarkable that we live in this country. We won the lottery. George W. Bush used to tell Dan Aprino, we won the lottery by being born here. By the grace of God, we're Americans, and we get to enjoy the fruits of everything that came before us. All right? Number for you to join us, 855-839-1210. Do not take this for granted, my friends. Do not take this for granted. Because you're right there in the cradle of independence. Don't take this for granted. They stuck their necks out for you and I. So what would you say to them? 855-839-1210. Let me go to Phil. Phil, welcome. You're on WPHT. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing well. Looking forward to a fabulous 250 anniversary. And just a quick note for English and English speaking. If George the King was speaking, he wouldn't sound English, posh. He wouldn't sound American. He wouldn't sound anything. He was from the Hanover dynasty and spoke German. So he didn't sound speaking. If he tried any English at all, he probably would have sounded like Colonel Klink from Hogan's Heroes or something.
So what you're telling me is all these movies that Hollywood has made over the years, they're all lies anyway then, right?
Well, some of them. I mean, the truth is, you're talking about actors from the 20th or 21st century.
Right.
Doing the
I'm being facetious here.
Right. You're right. But the thing is, the King of England didn't speak English during the time of the Revolution.
He would have spoken. Right. Go ahead.
Let's celebrate a fabulous 4th of July for everybody. And if George was alive today, and I could ask him questions, I only ask him 2 questions. One would be facetious. I say, look, you try to smoke a cigar. Do your teeth catch fire? No, actually what I'd say is, how did you have the guts and the heart and the cojones to do what you did? Because you put it on the line. Your life was at risk. If it hadn't gone the right way, you'd be at the end of an English rope.
I've watched some of these videos on YouTube, Phil, and I'll go down a rabbit hole late at night. There's nothing else to watch. And there's a bunch of these what if. What if the American Revolution had failed? What would have happened to George Washington? He would have been an embarrassment. He wouldn't have been the father of our country. He wouldn't have statues throughout the country of him. He would have died.
Hanged as a traitor, along with Ben Franklin, John Adams, and all the other guys that put their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor at stake to bring us what we've got today.
And I hope people appreciate the fact that they were willing to give everything away to give you and I an opportunity for this. They would have, like you said, they would have been ridiculed. They would have been hung. Nobody would know their name today. And all these guys had something to live for. And they had a lot, but they're willing to put that on the line to give us what we have tonight in the United States.
That's precisely correct. So let me wish you and all your listeners a fabulous holiday season, and God bless America.
Oh, that's a great point. Hey, Phil, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. That opens up a phone line for us, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I mean, here's the thing. Would you have the guts to be a founding father? Oh, boy. How about that? Does that give you chills as you're driving down the road right now? Would you have had the guts to speak up and be a founding father? Or would you sit back and just go, well, I don't know? I did not grow up in Pennsylvania. I grew up on the West Coast. So I just read about all these magical places like Independence Hall, Washington, D.C., Mount Vernon, Monticello. I never thought I'd ever be able to see those with my own two eyes as a little kid. So I just dreamed of what they would be like. So the first time I went to Independence Hall was during the Army-Navy game, and I took my son with me. My son's 25 years old. At the time, he was probably 10 years old, and the two of us are just standing there just caterwauling, blah, 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 talking. And we're just talking gibberish. And we were talking about, wouldn't it have been great to be a patriot? Wouldn't it have been fantastic to be here and to be one of the founding fathers? And we would have fought those lobsterbacks and sent those Tories and beat those redcoats, and it would have been awesome. And the park ranger just finally gets annoyed listening to our nonsense. And he goes, what makes you think you would have been a patriot? I said, of course I would have been a patriot. Everybody was a patriot. And he goes, no, they weren't. I said, what do you mean not everybody was? He goes, 30% of the people were patriots and fought for our independence. 30% were Tories, were loyalists. And I'm like, there's no loyalists. And he goes, oh, yeah, I never read, heard, or knew about loyalists as a kid growing up in California. And then he said the 40% of the middle were just trying to live their life. They were just trying to get by, make ends meet, trying not to starve, trying to raise a family, trying to have their kids survive childbirth. They were just living. And they kind of went along with whatever else was going on. And you'd have redcoats coming in looking for patriots, and they burn their houses to the ground. And then a week later, you have the Continental Army come in, and the patriots would point out where the loyalists were. They'd burn their houses to the ground. And that's the kind of way it went back and forth. So not everybody was a patriot. Not everybody was committed to independence. 30% were, 40% in the middle, 30% actually liked being British subjects. So I want to ask you this. Can you honestly say that you would have had the guts to be a patriot if you were alive 250 years ago? Would you have been standing there cheering when they walk outside and say, we have this list of grievances, the Declaration of Independence, and I will be an American, and I throw down and I renounce my British citizenship, and no longer will I say, God save the king, I will say, God bless America. How many of you can honestly look in the mirror and say, I would have been a patriot. I would have had the guts to do what George Washington and Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and John Hancock, I would have been right there with them. Or how many would say, I'd probably be the 40% in the middle just trying to get by. Have you thought about that? 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. How many of you could just look yourself there? I promise me right now in front of God and everybody, 100% I would have been a patriot.
You're better than me.
I would have been a patriot. I think I would have. I would have fought for the Patriots because the reason I'm going with this is, do you have the guts to stand up when it's not popular, because that's what they did. They stood up when it wasn't popular. It wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't 50%. There wasn't a poll that George Washington said, oh, look, there's a poll. Rasmussen says 65% of Americans want their freedom. Let's do it. Actually, if they would have taken a poll, it would have said only 30% of us want our freedom. Do you really want to do this? Are you crazy? I want to know what you think. 855-839-1210. I think I would have stood up for what's right. I think I would have been a patriot. I think I would have, and I'll tell you why in just a second. But I want to know, would you have stood up and been a patriot 250 years ago? 855-839-1210. I'm Rich, sitting in for Dom today. This is WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
All this robots from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $3,978.80.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
All right, thanks for joining us, everybody. My name is Rich Herrera, filling in today for Dom on the Dom Giordano program. You guys know the number, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. My little spidey sense is going on, and I just kind of looked up. Henry Kirk, on the top of the Empire State Building right now, two people have climbed to the very top of the Empire State Building, both dressed in black, wearing masks. And they're showing live footage from news helicopters of these two people. They went all the way to the very top of the platform, and now they're somewhere in the spire on top of the Empire State Building in New York. Are you guys watching this back in the studio?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of weird.
It's crazy. It's awesome.
They went all the way up to the top. It's awesome, you say?
I mean,
That's
it's just I feel
nuts.
like people don't do stunts like this anymore. Like, let's make a statement. Let's go to the top of the Empire State Building and let everyone know what we're about.
And speaking of statement, the message reads: "The love of people beats the love of power. The world knows peace." That's the message on that little song they had.
Okay, so wait a minute. Give me the song. Give me the notice they're saying one more time.
The love of people beats the love of power. The world knows peace.
Okay, that's not going to make a very good T-shirt. It's not going to be on a bumper sticker. It's not going to be like if you do like goldenpalace.com or something to make a couple $1 million if you're going to climb on top of there. So I guess they're two peace activists
Apparently.
that have a very bad slogan. I mean, fellas,
They're
ladies.
the peace activists, not ad men. You know?
Okay, hi.
They're not climbing up on Madison Avenue.
Right.
ChatGPT can come up with a better slogan than that for world peace. So now
That takes balls. Wow.
Okay, well, that's what we were talking about. Would you have the guts to be a patriot, fellas?
Yes, but
No.
I wouldn't do that.
No.
All right,
Yes.
okay. Well, Kirk, would you have the guts to be a patriot?
Yes.
You would have gone on and, hey, listen, you know, King George, go kick rocks. I'm down with W.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No question. I think I'd be
question.
the same way.
Yeah.
Henry?
No. I mean, sure, I'd like to think, yeah, I'd be like John Hancock. I'd sign my name nice and big, you know, show those British, who's boss here. But no, I'd probably be like I am today. You know, there's people, on one side, there's people on the other side, there's all the people in the middle. They're just like, I'm going to work every day. And I think that's where I'd be. I'd be like, oh, that's okay. Go fight your war. That's fine. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to bake some bread or dig ditches or whatever it is.
I'm going to feed my family. I'm going to make sure I can pay my rent, right?
Yeah.
No, and that's what I learned. That's what I learned at Independence Hall. That I thought for sure everybody in my history books, and I wasn't a very good student, but I thought everybody was going to be a patriot. Found out that 30%. I mean, think of if George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin were alive today, and the pollsters came in. Karl Rove came in with his whiteboard and said, "Mr. Franklin, polls show that 70% of Americans are not with you. Only 30% are with you, 30% are against you, and 40% don't care." Would you have done what they have done?
No.
Big question, right?
Well, there's other breaking news. Apparently, the man appears to propose to the woman after climbing the spire of the
Oh. Okay, bruh.
Yeah, I gotta give it up for him.
Absolutely.
Romance. You guys are going to go great in whatever federal prison you go to.
You're not wrong about that.
Listen,
He
I
gets wedding
propose.
photos and you get mug shots.
Well, and they do have safety gear on. I see that he has like some kind of safety gear
Yeah, he's
harness
harnessed
attached to him.
Yeah.
So, but if you're going to propose, I mean, you know what? That's pretty good. I proposed on top of the dugout, middle of a baseball game. When I was a baseball announcer, I thought that was making me Mr. Romance, so I get as many get-out-of-jail cards as I can get. This guy, this guy's never going to have to take out the garbage for the rest of his life.
Well, someone's going to be his bride in prison.
I knew somebody was going to go there. Let's go back to the phones before I get in trouble. Listen, I'm just sitting in for Dom today. Dom's like, what in the world? He's going to go, Stalker, who did you let take over the show? Let me go to Larry. So rescue me from all of this, Larry. Welcome. You're at WPHT.
We lost him.
Oh, we lost Larry?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, Larry, that whole thing of how am I going to follow the guy who's proposing to his gal?
Right.
On top of the Empire State Building. I mean, that's a pretty big flex.
Oh,
So
yeah, and I bet
stand
you didn't
there.
see it coming either. I bet it's like, yeah, we're going to go up there, we're going to have our banner out, and it's going to be great. And then pull the old switcheroo. It's, nope, I'm going to propose, too.
I'm going to propose. Yeah, I'm going to stand there and propose. What could possibly go through your mind? They're showing them. They've climbed down, and it looks like law enforcement's up there to greet them. But it's a guy and a girl. He's wearing a mask. He gets down on his knees. He proposes to her. She takes off her mask. They embrace in a kiss like they're King Kong and Fay Ray in the movie. And she's got on like this tank top, all dressed in black. He's dressed in black, and it looks like he's got MC Hammer pants on and a tank top. And now they show the embrace from moments ago, standing on top of the Empire State Building. Is that romance or is that stupidity? We'll figure this out in just a moment.
Hey, love makes you do stupid things, right?
I've done a lot of stupid things, but I don't think I've ever done anything that stupid. And I'm incredibly afraid of heights, so I don't know if I could do that.
Nope.
Like, I went up in the Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas and came right back down. I bungee jumped once, and that's about as close as I'll ever get, and I always take the window aisle on a plane. Never want to be at the end. Never want to be next to the window. Afraid of heights, but this guy, wow, he is, you know what? This guy's, I've just decided this guy's a jerk. You want to know why?
Why?
Because now every other man that ever, and now she's taking selfies. Okay, I'm just getting nervous watching them take selfies, but this guy's ruined it for all the rest of us. Because when my wife asks me to do something and I go, oh, honey, I'm just really tired. I was working this morning. She's going to go, yeah, what about the guy that climbed to the top of the Empire State Building to propose? Oh, and it's too much for you to walk the dog? It's too much for you to pick up the dog mess in the backyard? He risked life and limb to show his love, and you can't even pick up the dog poop?
Yeah, my wife would have said the same thing. You're not wrong. I'm with you on that in that camp.
It's good. You're a big jerk. You've just ruined it for men everywhere by flexing like this. Now every woman in the world is going to compare whatever I do to what this guy does. Oh, you won't even open the door for me in the car because we have automatic locks? This guy climbed to the top of the Empire State Building to show his love. We're all in big trouble, fellas. All right, we'll continue with you. I'm Rich Herrera, filling in for Dom. We just saw that breaking story that a couple has climbed to the top of the Empire State Building. Apparently he wanted to propose to make all the rest of us look awful. Hey, coming up, I want to talk about the Great American Fair and the fact that Pennsylvania was a no-show until the two senators got involved. I want to talk about that coming up next. It's the Dom Giordano Show. I'm Rich, filling in today on WPHT.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Pay testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Protest at first on
when they flew a banner with the message of love, the couple then climbing down to a platform below the spire, and it appears there may have been a proposal, with both posing for photos. The moments playing out live as police and media helicopters and marked a breach in security as New York City enters a period of heightened security ahead of the holiday. ABC's Aaron Katersky has more as it unfolded.
It is incredibly dangerous. It is likely a criminal trespassing situation. The NYPD is looking at the same images that we are, showing two people unfurling a banner at the top of the Empire State Building at a time when the NYPD has just started working 12-hour shifts and trying to blanket the city in security in anticipation of all the events tied to the 4th of July.
In Ohio, east of Cincinnati, police removing 16 children from a home due to squalid living conditions. Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson says police reached the children just in time.
I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths.
The children now in protective custody. 4 defendants have been charged. New financial disclosures show President Trump earned more than $2 billion last year, the vast majority of that wealth coming from cryptocurrency.
President Trump downplayed the significant amount of money he made last year while in office and insisted he had no involvement.
I've made a lot of money before I became president, and they invest my money, and I don't talk to them. I don't even speak to them.
President Trump made over $1.3 billion last year from his family's cryptocurrency ventures, according to new financial disclosure documents. His administration has rolled back crypto regulations and has promised to be the most crypto-friendly in history.
ABC's Karen Travers, you're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month with Window Nation at 50% off all window styles. Yes, 50% off new, beautiful, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Call now, 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right. It's Rich Herrera filling in today for Dom. Thanks for joining us on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So we've been watching on the news monitors here. The guys back in the studios at WPHT. I'm Rich Herrera again, filling in today for a sister station down in Virginia, WRVA, where I host the morning show. So we're just watching this. 2 people climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, unfurled a flag, and then apparently the guy got down on his knee to propose to the woman that he was with, and now they're climbing back down. But apparently, if early reports are coming out, and a lot of times these reports, guys, are neither true nor false. They're just somebody wanted to break a story. They do this quite a bit, the 2 of them. There's a show that's on, I think maybe Netflix, that they go around climbing up these tall buildings to take photos. She was taking selfies. He was unfurling a banner that now makes even less sense. They climbed up there, and this whole thing was just a publicity stunt to climb on top of the Empire State Building. I don't know if that's clutch, is that flex, or is it lame that they climbed to the top of the Empire State Building and he proposed like that. Kirk, Henry, I'm trying to make heads or tails of this.
I think it's awesome proposing up there, but I don't know. It just seemed like you're doing a little too much up there. Are you proposing? Are you flying a banner? Are you making a statement? What are you doing up there?
I agree.
That's
100%.
where it is. That gets confusing.
So where do you go from there?
to jail.
Right. Do not
Right,
pass
okay,
go. Do not collect
all right,
$200.
first of all, that wedding is going to be a little different with you being in jail. But in a relationship, how do you go from there? How do you go from, I just climbed to the top of the Empire State Building to profess my love in front of God and everybody and propose to you standing on top of there? What do you do next? What do you do for the wedding? The wedding is going to be a letdown. Your entire marriage and everything else will be a letdown after you start so big. You can't start way up here and then there's nowhere else to go but down. I mean, this relationship is doomed, right?
I think, too, it's possible there's going to be copycats as well, because some people are going to say, well, they did it. How about we do it? And they're going to,
I'm going to climb to the top of the Statue of Liberty.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's
what I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm going to climb something. Somebody else is going to have to one-up you because of social media.
Yep.
Okay, so can I change? Can I take a little off-ramp right here for just a moment because I'm fascinated by this? Ladies, I'd like to know, was this romantic and sweet or was it stupid? As guys, I'm telling you, it's a big flex, but it's pretty dumb. Kirk Henry, would you agree?
100%. I mean, I'll profess my love. I'll do it something like less on the ground. I'm not gonna lie.
It's awesome. It is, I guess, dumb, only in the sense that you are getting arrested as soon as you climb down.
Henry,
Exactly.
I showed her my love by risking to spend the night in Rikers Island.
Right, yeah.
Right? How much do
That's
you love
cool.
me? Well, apparently I love you a lot because I'm going to spend the day in Rikers and go before a judge and probably going to go to jail for a little bit, but at least you know how much I care about you, sweetheart. It's a big flex. So, ladies, do me a favor. I've got a couple open phone lines for you. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. I'd like to hear from, and this is not where I was going to go with this part of the show, but this just popped up, and now I have to know. Ladies, I'd like to know, if your fella proposed that way, would you find it very sweet and, I'll say it, sexy, that he went to that lengths to show you how much he cares? Or would you be looking at him like, no, I'm not marrying you. You're an idiot. You're going to jail for climbing on top of the Empire State Building to do something we could have done down on the bottom floor. We could have gone to Chili's. We could have gone to Chili's. You could have done the same thing. But now you're going to jail for a year to do this. No, I'm not marrying you. You're an idiot.
Triple dipper does sound nice, right?
I'm telling you. It would have been a lot easier. We could have gone early, happy hour, 2-for-1 appetizers. You could have proposed right there in the bar. Same thing.
Right. Margaritas.
Same. Margaritas for everybody. But instead, now we got to pay a fine. You're going to jail. I'm not sure. Am I going to be a jailhouse? Whatever.
That was my point.
Right? So, ladies, I need to hear from you right now. You guys know the number. 855-839-1210. Would you find it rather sweet? Would you find it rather endearing, romantic? Will there be a Hallmark movie made about this? Proposal on top of the world, where she was a aspiring writer who got fired from her job. He was a baker that had a PhD in philosophy. He has 2 kids. He just wants to make sure his kids grow in a world where peace and love and strength are took as values, and she comes into his life and she's such a hard worker. She's never found time for love. They meet each other. He takes her to the top of the Empire State Building, up to a illegal platform, dressed in Michael Jackson pants, or MC Hammer pants and a tank top, and they both have ski masks on, and he drops to his knees, proposes to her, and they live happily ever after he gets out of jail for 5 to 10 years.
Well, Rich, the one question, and Henry and I were talking about this during the break, how the hell did they get up there with, there's supposed to be security. I mean, that's a high-profile target. How the hell did they get in the elevator, or however they got up there?
Someone's getting fired, I'm sure.
Mark Wayne Mullins, the president. You know the president was watching Fox News.
Oh, yeah.
On the new Air Force One as he's just coming into Mount Rushmore. He's on the phone calling Mark Wayne Mullins. Mark, what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Empire State Building, semi-quincentennial, 250, a lot of security, a lot of people are going to be talking, how in the world did you let this happen? Oh, Mark Wayne Mullen right now is getting an earful from somebody as a director of Homeland Security that they did not secure the Empire State Building, and some clown went up there to propose to his girlfriend on top of the Empire State Building. Oh, there's some people at Homeland Security, FBI, CIA, Frank Reagan's calling the NYPD and asking everybody and their brother what's going on. Oh, there's a lot of people that are going to have a lot to talk about and answer to after this stunt. But again, just I need a female perspective, because we're three guys. We don't know anything. We're not that bright. Men are not that romantic guys. On a scale of 1 to 10, I mean, I'm Mr. Romance. I will tell you that. I proposed to my wife on top of a dugout in the middle of a game, and on the PA system, I stood there and I said, since we're standing here in a diamond and I have one right here, I want to ask somebody something very special. She climbed up on top of the dugout, popped down on my knee. Will you marry me? 40,000 people in front of a baseball game. They showed it on TV, radio. I am Mr. Romance. That's why I never have to take out the garbage.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't do laundry. I don't take out the garbage. I don't really do much around the house except show up, sleep, and eat. But I have that because I had such a huge proposal. I would like to know, ladies, if that's how he proposed to you, how would you react? Would you think that he's the most romantic person in the world? Look at him. He risked his life to show me how much he loves me. Oh, yes, I'll marry you. Yes, and we'll make a wonderful family once you get out of jail. It'll be wonderful. They'll put the picture up on the wall. They'll make one of those coffee table books. Look, here's where the police handcuffed you after you proposed.
Oh, fond memories.
It'll be so romantic. Or would you just look like, you did what? What you're going to go to jail for 6 months. The guy, there's a guy in accounting that's got a motorcycle. I've always found him hot, and he's not going to be incarcerated for doing something stupid. Or would you think, if this is going to be my future husband, can I expect him to do more stupid things like this? Like, hey, honey, we don't have any milk. Oh, that's okay. I'll go carjack somebody to go down and get us a carton of milk. Like, he's just reckless. Is this really who you want to raise children with? Ladies, I need your help. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. Is this romantic or is this stupidity? The three fellas here, Kirk, Henry, and I, all agree it's complete stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed? All of us? Are we united here?
Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
My wife sent me a text. She goes, that guy's an idiot. And I said, but I stood on top of the dugout and proposed to you. She said, that was different. You weren't going to jail.
Might get hit by a baseball, but that's the worst of it.
That's exactly it. Now, think about this, though, because they look like they were a little bit younger. I mean, these are the people that grew up with promposals. And with promposals, you better go big or you better go home.
Mm-hmm.
And the bigger the promposal is, the more likely she is to say yes. If you just hold up a little sign that says, hey, will you go to prom? You're getting nowhere. If you fly in a helicopter and a marching band, you got a shot at going to the prom. This is just a promposal on steroids, the guy climbing to the top of the Empire State Building to propose. So again, ladies, 855-839-1210, is he Mr. Romance? Or is he the dumbest person that we will talk about today? I have to hear from some ladies today on what they think about this. And I bet you there's some of our audience that are sitting there, oh, I wish my husband were that romantic. He doesn't even remember my name half the time. He calls me, what's his name? Hey, what's your name? Will you go get me another beer? I bet you there's at least one that thinks this is incredibly romantic. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, this is what I did want to talk about before you guys completely set me down this rabbit hole, and now I have to know about this. And the fact that they're professional social media influencers just makes me mad that I wasted 15 minutes of my life with this. But I want to get to the Great American State Fair as well. The Great American State Fair taking place Washington, D.C. I'm going up tomorrow to see it. I'm glad that we'll have some representation from Pennsylvania inside the booth for the Commonwealth. I need to talk about that with you. Were you happy or sad that the governor didn't want to participate in the Great American Fair, State Fair, and it took your two senators to organize people to come rally to Pennsylvania's booth? We'll talk about that coming up next. My name is Rich Herrera. I'm a host at WRVA Radio down in Virginia, sitting in today for Dom on the Dom Giordano Show. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our Share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it's 1:19 here on WPHT, Talk Radio 1210, the Don Giordano program. I'm Rich Herrera filling in from our sister station, WRVA in Virginia. I filled in last week for the afternoon show. Get to fill in for Dom today. Happy 4th of July week to you as we get ready to celebrate our semi-quincentennial. I'll get to that in just a second, but we just had the story that popped up. Guy climbed to the top of the Empire State Building with his girlfriend, unfurled a big flag about something about peace, blah, 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 and then he proposed to her. Is he ruined that for the rest of us? He raised the bar so high that all men in America are now in so much trouble because he He was so romantic, none of the rest of us will ever be able to be that romantic. Is he Mr. Romance, or is he a big idiot because he's going to jail? I want to know. I need to know. From a lady's perspective, if your feller did that, would you be excited? Would you go, oh my gosh, you are the most romantic man I'll ever walk the face of the earth? Or would you instantly leave him for being an idiot? 855-839-1210. Again, this is someone who risked proposing in front of a stadium full of baseball fans during the 5th inning, stood up there, dropped to my knees, proposed to my wife, television, radio. All the announcers made fun of me afterwards that I worked with. One of them said, I don't know, Richie, let me see the ring first before she says yes. We know how cheap you are. But I did it. Pretty happy. Mr. Romance, I've got a picture that I hang in the house. Just a reminder, listen, I can't do anything right now because I'm getting ready for work. But you know how much I love you. You know how romantic I am. Look at that picture right there, and I've never taken out the garbage ever since. Let's go to Arlene in Cherry Hill. Arlene, welcome. You're at WPHT. Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good, Arlene. So is he romantic for doing that, or is he an idiot?
He's an idiot.
Arlene!
Not only is he an idiot, and I'm sorry because I know you did something similar, but as far as I'm concerned, all this stuff, not just marriage proposals, promposals, where they try to come up with something to up the last guy, to become a viral whatever. It's gotten out of hand. That's not what it's supposed to be about. And I feel like this guy is really bad. Really bad.
Has he ruined it for me? Is he ruined it for all of us? Arlene, has he ruined it for all men now? We have to be that over the top romantic?
I think it depends on the woman.
Okay.
Because personally, I would much prefer something intimate and private.
Okay, Arlene, we need to get to the bottom of this.
I just don't get this looking for the viral moment.
Arlene?
Because that's not what it's about.
I'm going to give you two choices. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Either I propose to you the way that I proposed to my wife. I'll paint the picture for you. It's Candlestick Park, San Francisco, California. I'm the post-game show host for the San Francisco Giants. Ready to propose to my wife. It's my birthday. She rented out a suite. We invited my whole family. They all knew that I was going to propose. She had no idea I was going to propose. But she comes down. We get ready to go to the game and go pick her up. And she just kind of dressing like a slob. I go, you're not going to wear that to the game, are you? And she was actually offended. She got mad because I said, you can't wear that to the game. Go change. Put on something nicer, because I knew I was going to propose that day. So she changes. We go to the game. She's trying to stand next to me and kind of give me a hug. I'm like, no, because the ring's in my pocket. I don't want her to feel the ring in my pocket. So I'm like trying to be aloof and kind of pushing her away all day. Like, no, don't stand that close to me. Don't get close to me. Trying to keep my distance because I don't want to ruin the surprise. And at one point, Arlene, she looks at me and she goes, we're going to have a talk after this, because she was mad because she said I was being a jerk all day. So we get ready. I go, hey, 5th inning, I'm going to go on top. It's Fan Appreciation Day. They asked me to go up on top of the dugout and thank the fans for coming to the game. I said, come with me. I need you to take a picture. She goes, I'm not going with you. I said, get over here, take a picture. My aunt came with us too, and they're not talking to me. We're walking through the tunnel. We go up on top of the dugout. PA announcer goes, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Please look to the first base dugout on top of the Giants dugout. Here's Rich Herrera with a special announcement. Hey, thanks for being here. And then I proposed. And then she's like, and it was great. And then for weeks, people would stop. You're the girl who got proposed at the top of the dugout. Not viral, no social media, just me doing that. Or if I would have just taken her to Chili's for margaritas and spent $19 and dropped to my knee and proposed, which one do you think would have been nicer?
The Chili's.
Good choice.
You are my hero. Thank you for the call. God bless you. Happy 4th of July.
No, you know why?
Yes.
I love baseball. But I don't watch it to see these nitwits on the whatever cam it is, because they're going to propose. Or that has nothing to do with the game. So I'm glad she loved it, but I just feel it's taking away the intimacy of two people wanting to start a life together.
You are awesome. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Nancy next. Hey, Nancy, welcome. You're on WPHT. Hello.
Hello. I just want to say they both climbed there.
Yes.
So it sounds to me like they're both idiots.
But Nancy, you're crushing my whole idea of romance.
Hello.
Yes, Nancy, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Did you hear me?
Well, you said they're idiots, right?
Yeah, because they both climbed the tower knowing there would be a consequence.
But Nancy, think about how romantic that was.
No.
It's not romantic, Nancy. You're kind of like being a buzzkill on my thought of romance today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's great. So that's not romantic. Like, honey, I love you so much. I climbed to the top of the Empire State Building to show you my love for you.
No, because she went with them.
So they're both idiots.
I love it. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So now judge mine then. My proposal on top of the dugout in the middle of the game, 40,000 people.
Yours.
Okay, so mine's better than the Margaritas.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, then now I my faith in romance is restored thanks to you, Nancy.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Happy 4th of July. Oh, all right, I got to go to Agatha next. Agatha on line 3. You're next on WPHT. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. He would have been up there by himself, and I would have made sure I took out an insurance policy on him. This way, if anything happened, I'd have a little money in the end.
There you go. Nice.
Agatha, what about romance?
Romance? I don't have a death wish. So, a nice little romantic dinner, would have been nice, or even something on the beach, but
right.
No,
not standing out there. If I stood up on top of the Empire State Building and professed my love to you and risk life and limb in jail just to show the world how much I love you, to propose you, Agatha, will you be mine?
Yeah, if he had a bullhorn and shouted it from up there.
But wouldn't you be just as romantic to climb up there with him and think of just like a Romeo and Juliet thing?
Yeah, well, I'd rather take poison.
Oh, no. Wow.
All right, so now you have to judge me. I know we're not supposed to judge people, but I need you to judge me. Did you hear my explanation of how I proposed?
And I think that's really cool.
Okay, good. Whew.
I thought that was really cool.
I was getting a little nervous here that I'm like, boy, I just kind of bared my soul to everybody sitting in on WPHT for Dom, and if all the ladies would have said you're an idiot for proposing that way, I would have been crushed.
Nah. Listen, when I got engaged, he came to my work. We had a couch in the front because I'm a hairstylist.
Okay.
We had a couch. He gave me the ring. Okay. Now, really, I'm at work and you're giving me a ring, and then you tell me if we ever break up, he wanted the ring back.
Well, how did you respond?
Well, I took it, but then he would, through the time, as time went on, and he kept saying to me, if we break up, I want the ring back. One day I said to him, you know what? Here's your blippity-blip ring. You can keep it. I don't need it to be committed. And then he had the nerve to have it cleaned and tell me that, it's in the armoire if you want it. Well, guess what? It stayed there, and we never did get married.
No. Yeah, see, you should have known right away he had no romance. Now, if he would have climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, professed his love, then I think he would have been more committed to this.
Yeah, but I still would have had the insurance policy out on him.
See, that's why I like you. You're practical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that about you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Hey, you have a great 4th of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. See, guys, that's what happened. See, you know what the problem with her ex-fiance was? No commitment. The guy up here climbed to the top of the Empire State Building. That's commitment, fellas.
Yep.
Kirk Henry, that's commitment.
It is. No, it is. That's you're sealing yourself up there. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, listen, what do I always say? Go big or go home. Hey, Rich, would you like to have the large or the extra large value meal? To go big or go home. Give me the extra large. There is no halfway. So, again, he wasn't fully committed. The guy who climbed the top of the Empire State Building probably needs to be committed. All right, if you want to keep commenting on that, ladies, I'll take your calls. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I do want to get to the Great American State Fair. Pennsylvania, I'll be honest, you looked a little shoddy to begin the fair, but thanks to your senators, now your booth is full of life and vim and vigor, and I want to know, why did Pennsylvania not participate to kick off our semi-quincentennial? We'll do that next. I'm Rich Herrera from WRVA down in Virginia, filling in today for Dom here on WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
See Joe Conklin with Glenn Macnow and Ray Didinger Thursday, August 6th on the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1call.org.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
An extreme heat warning is in effect this afternoon all the way through Saturday. We'll have sunshine and clouds, more humid with a high 98, but feeling like more than 100. For tonight, very warm and muggy, mostly clear. Low 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Even hotter on Thursday, plenty of sunshine, near record warmth. High 102, but feeling like 110 at times.
During the Nissan Summer Sales Event, get 0% financing for 60 months on the 2026 Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, and Frontier. Visit Piazza Nissan of Ardmore or shop online at piazzanissan.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, thanks for joining us, everybody. My name is Rich Herrera. I'm filling in today for Dom here on the Dom Giordano program. Kirk and Henry are like, who is this maniac that Stalker found at work today? So in case you're wondering, so my name is Rich. I host the morning show, WRVA Radio down in Richmond, Virginia, Odyssey sister station. But I'm a longtime sports talk show host. So you might have heard me doing sports talk radio here in Philadelphia over the years on a bunch of different radio networks. Sirius XM, I was a Major League Baseball pre- and post-game show host, NFL sideline reporter, worked in a bunch of big markets doing sports talk, but I just said, I need to do something different because this country needs people to get off the sidelines and stand up for the American people and make sure that our voices are heard. So now I've kind of segued into news down in Virginia doing this, the morning show. I'm a contributor on Newsmax, so I'm on Newsmax quite a bit on the weekends, and now I have some op-eds that I've written as well. And it's a lot of fun, but it's also a lot of, hey, you know what? For years and years and years, you've been convinced that your voice doesn't matter, but your voice does, and that's why I wanted to go do news talk radio instead of sports talk, because I think it's time somebody reminds you that your voice matters. When you call shows like Dom's, your voice matters. When you call your congressmen, your senators, the White House, your voice matters. When you pipe up, your voice matters. You've been told that it doesn't by people that have tried to convince you that they know more than you. I'm telling you that's wrong. The longer I do this, the more I figure this out. So I open up the phone lines to you, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. So we're talking about this couple that climbed the Empire State Building so he could propose. Is that romantic or is he an idiot? And by the way, the President of the United States has just made his way to North Dakota, where he will be there today as they open up the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Museum. And he'll be there for a fireworks show tonight in Mount Rushmore before returning home back to D.C. for the big 4th of July celebration that gets going on Saturday. All right, number for you to join us, 855-839-1210. Let me go to Lori next. Lori, welcome in New Jersey. You're next on WPHT. Good afternoon.
Hey, I'm just pulling over. I would not be able to thank the Founding Fathers enough because, intellectually they're just at a different place, I think.
Okay, wait a second. Can I ask you a question first, though? Can I ask you a question first?
Yeah.
The guy who climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, is he Mr. Romance or is he an idiot?
Wait, I didn't catch what he did. What do you mean climbed it?
All right, so
I was listening, but I wasn't.
All right, so everybody else, you guys just sit there. I'm going to catch up with Lori. So everybody give me like 2 seconds so I tell Lori what's going on. Lori, I'm going to stop the entire program. Dom right now is just like, Herrera, get to your point. There's a guy that climbed to the top of the Empire State Building with his girlfriend. They unfurled some dopey flag, and then he dropped to his knee and proposed to her on the very tip top of the Empire State Building. And we've been trying to figure out, is that romantic or is he an idiot?
Wait, did he do it legally, or are you saying
no,
he went
he's
beyond...
going to jail. He'll be in jail after all this is said and done. What?
That's dopey. I'm a rule follower, and that would have just made me. If I was the girlfriend, that would have just made me nervous. Stop it! Don't do this. What's wrong with you?
She climbed up there with him.
Yeah, well.
Okay,
they belong together, I guess.
They belong together in jail. All right, now let's talk about what you really called in for, which is my serious topic of the day before this tomfoolery.
Hey, the guy wasn't King Kong,
and she's not Fay Ray.
No. Okay,
right?
All right.
Okay, so anyway,
right.
You said you were talking about the Founding Fathers. That was our first subject of the morning, of the afternoon. What would you say to the Founding Fathers if you bumped into Benjamin Franklin? What would you say? What would you want to say to George Washington?
First, I would be profoundly thankful. Okay, they were great thinkers. Compared to the thinkers of our time, I think they were a great thinker. Whatever. But I would say, for the love of God, could you not have been more explicit with the language when you said the government shall establish no religion? Because I think that this whole idea, the way we have played it out in modern society of the separation of church and state, has really potentially is a poison pill for our country. Because when you look at the values, I know Jefferson was like a natural law guy. Okay, so I don't know that he was big on Jesus or Christianity, but he still believed in a higher right. Okay, but a lot of what is explicitly, in the founding documents is Judeo-Christian based. Right. Okay, I'm not here saying like all religions are equal. I don't think they are. Okay, but a lot of those principles are Judeo-Christian based, and to make this thing work for another 250 years, you have to maintain some of that in your everyday life. And I think the separation has really.
Okay, so I don't know
why. It's killed religion or.
Yeah, no, I get that, but why?
Why has it killed it, or what?
No. Why do you need that? I know the answer. But I want to know. I want to know your answer. Why do you think we need that Judeo-Christian, background in order for this to work?
For me personally, I'm a Protestant, okay? I can talk to God anytime I want to through prayer. I can go to him for forgiveness, and I know what he expects of me, which is to try to love other people, okay? So it gives you a certain amount of responsibility to society, okay? We are losing that. We're living in our houses, not talking to our neighbors, and that's when it starts to break down, when all you care about is your immediate family, and screw whatever happens to the guy around you or whatever you do to them. Anything else is okay. It even poisons capitalism, because I'm not saying capitalism was ever perfect, but there is a certain amount of responsibility that somebody who has a religious foundation will have towards their workers. Okay, and I'm not on the side of, hey, we need to have Christianity is Judeo-Christian, and other religions, that's fine, but you need to understand what you're getting into in this society, and there is a responsibility to other human beings.
So I knew where you were going with this, but I just wanted to hear you describe it. So for me, I'm Catholic, okay? I haven't always been really good at being Catholic, but I'm better now. I didn't take my first communion, my confirmation until I was an adult, so I'm late to the party. But I think there is something to be said that in order to have this thing that we call America, this experiment, and for capitalism to work, you have to have some type of morality. And I think you'd kind of described it as you've got to look out for your neighbor. It can't just be about you. There's something bigger out there in all of us. And I think that's what some of the founding fathers, although many of them were I think they called them they didn't believe in organized religion. There's a term that they used for Jefferson where he took the Bible, took all the references of Jesus out, and he was more about deities than he was about organized religion. But the thing is, you have to believe in something bigger than yourself, and there has to be some type of morality. And with no morality, this thing doesn't work. And that's where I think we see the breakdown. Is it, do I need to have religion where we're gonna give the rosary 3 times a day, or we're gonna pray 3 times a day, or we're gonna go to church every Sunday?
No,
not necessarily. But you have to have some kind of morality that there's something bigger out there, and it's not just all about you. It's about us.
Yeah, I don't buy into the I'm just I don't need to ever go to church. I think that's important. Synagogue, church, whatever, because a lot of what's taught about responsibility to other people is initially taught in those places. Now, I don't believe it's important to go every week, especially, once you're an adult, you should be grounded at that point and understand yourself. But I think you brought up a huge point. A lot of people, when they don't have any faith, they don't believe in anything bigger than themselves, and it gives you the word hubris then comes in.
Hubris comes in. Okay, so let me ask you this question.
You know everything.
You know everything. Okay, let me ask you this. Can I be an atheist and still be a good capitalist and participate in this experiment called America?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I would hope you would be more of I think you can at least, I don't know if pure atheist, but someone who's questioning, who's agnostic, who's seeking, agnostic, like a Greg Gutfeld. That's how he'll describe himself. I think he's a perfectly functioning good capitalist and a good American, but he is at least an agnostic.
So here's where I think I tie all this together. Nihilism means that there's nothing at the end of the life. There's nothing that we're working towards. There's no afterlife. We're just here. It is what it is. There's nothing tomorrow for me. I'm just living like a pagan today. And I think what you're describing is, with the lack of religion, you become a nihilist in many cases. And I think that's where this younger generation is. They don't believe in anything bigger than themselves. They don't believe in this country. They don't believe in being part of a capitalistic system. They don't believe in anything other than me right here, right now. That's all there is, and that's all that matters. I'm out to get myself. I'm going to climb to the top of the Empire State Building. Why? Because in the moment I get to be the king of the world and everyone knows my name, and I'm going to go viral on Instagram. And that's all I care about, because I'm not worrying about tomorrow. I'm not going to worry about anybody else. I'm just living for the day. I'm going to vote for Zohran Mamdani. Why? Because he's going to give me a free bus. I'm going to vote for Katie Wilson. Right?
And I don't think a lot of people, whether it's young people or lots of middle-aged people now too, I don't know if they are even conscious that's how they're, like, what they're doing. Okay,
No.
because they never had the chance to learn about a higher power.
Well, I think most of them are just kind of caught up in their own daily life. And I think the other word that you used was hubris. They think that they're the most important person in the world. You know what? I'm going to go on this tirade. Greg Gutfeld's been stealing my act for the last couple of days. I want you to keep listening, because I'm going to tell you why the country's in the shape that it's in. And I'm going to blame one person. You want to know who I'm going to blame?
Who?
Rachel Green. Jennifer Aniston of Friends. You keep listening. I'm going to explain why this generation is the way they are, and why they're voting for Mamdanis and all the rest of the world, and all the rest of these Democratic socialists. I wasn't going to go there today, but now you got me fired up. So keep listening, Lori. I'm going to tell the world why. First of all, Gutfeld's stealing my swagger, but it really is Friends' fault that all of these Democratic socialists are coming to power. I'll explain next. I'm Rich Herrera, filling in for Dom today on WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As we celebrate 250 years of our nation's independence, over 6,000 crash-proof retirement clients like Rochelle Porto of Bucks County enjoy financial freedom from the pitfalls of Wall Street. They celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, knowing all they worked for is protected and growing.
Independence Weekend, July 4th, we celebrate our nation's independence. I feel that same independence with Crash Proof Retirement because there's no fees, no risk, and growth every year. My principal has never gone down. I've always earned every year. Everything I've earned in that year creates a new principal, so I'm never going to lose what I actually put in. I've got the freedom to live out my dreams, and I've got the peace of mind to know that my retirement's going to go the way I want.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event taking place at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it's 1:50 here on WPHT. I'm Rich Herrera, sister station down in Virginia, where I host the morning show, sitting in today for Dom, who has a day off. Number for you to join us, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. So Lori called in earlier, and she talked about, and we started the show with, we're talking about our semi-quincentennial. We're getting ready to celebrate 250 years. If you bumped into a founding father, what would you want to tell them? I did a road trip where I drove from Arizona to Virginia, and I stopped along the way in every state, random places, gas stations, and I did a video montage. And I said to Americans, and none of these people are playing, they weren't screened. I just, hey, can I talk to you on camera? And some people told me to go kick rocks. Other people said, yeah. The ones that said, yeah, we sat and talked, and I said, what would you tell the founding fathers? They all said, thank you, and they said, we hope that we're doing a better job. And then universally, they all said, we just got to find a way to come together. So when we were talking about that with Lori, she was talking about, one thing I wish the founding fathers would have been more precise when it comes to the separation of church and state, because when you lose morality through religion, it's really hard for capitalism to work when you're just out for yourself. And I mentioned you become a nihilist. Nihilism is when you don't believe in anything bigger. There's no afterlife. There's no heaven. There's no hell. You just are what you are. So you really don't have to have any morality, because who cares? When you're done on this earth, you're done, and there is nothing else. And a lot of kids right now that are voting for Democratic Socialists are 100% have become nihilists. They're nihilists through and through. And I told Lori, I know why they're nihilists. Kirk, Henry, do you want to know why these kids that are in their early 20s, 18, 19, 20 years old, even some younger millennials are voting the way they do, and they're embracing socialism?
Why is that?
Don't know.
Rachel Green. Rachel Green of Friends, okay? Henry, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, you're perfect. So, Henry, you've seen Friends your entire life.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Big topic
Friends
of
is
discussion on this show.
You had the person who called the other day about that, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So Greg Gutfeld keeps repeating the line from Friends, it's never your year, blah, 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 blah. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I figured this out a long time ago. I'm old enough to remember when Friends was on television, and I was in college at the time or soon afterwards, and I remember nobody would go out until Friends was over. So like 9:30, the bars would be empty. 10 o'clock, boom, Friends is over. Everybody ran to the bars so you could party on Thursday night. I don't know how many girls that looked nothing like Jennifer Aniston had to get the Rachel Green haircut. Every girl I knew in the late 80s, early 90s had the Rachel Green haircut. They all did. They all watched Rachel Green. And every generation since has seen the reruns of Friends over and over and over and over again. And here's what they've discovered. Their reality from watching this television show for decades is that Rachel Green was very pretty, and she was very elegant, and she was very cute. She was very fashionable. She lived in this amazing apartment. And she kind of halfway worked. She worked at the Central Perk as a coffee shop waitress, but she really didn't do that much. You saw her usually just standing there or sitting on the arm of the couch while the gang had the prime seat that no one ever got a chance to sit in. They had a perfect life. She got to do what she wanted. She went where she wanted. You never worried about bills. Then she got a job working at Ralph Lauren, and she became a fashion designer in New York. My gosh, this is such an amazing life. Everybody should be able to have this, and every girl under the age right now, probably 50, has imagined themselves being Rachel Green or expects to have Rachel Green's lifestyle because you grew up watching it over and over and over again. Either first runs or on TBS. And when reality sets in that your life is nothing like Rachel Green, you start to become bitter and angry. And you go like, why not me? Think about the cast of Friends. You had Ross, who had an even bigger apartment than Rachel did, living by himself, and he was a archaeology teacher that you never saw went to class. You had Joey, who lives in this amazing big apartment, not as nice as Ross's, not as nice as the girls, but still, he and Chandler had this gigantic apartment with the foosball table in the middle, and he was kind of a struggling actor, but he could afford to live there, and you never saw him go hungry. You had Chandler, who was working in a business, but you never saw him working. He never did anything. You had Monica, who's a chef, who probably works as little as anybody I've ever seen who works in a restaurant. She's always available on Saturday, Sunday. She's never there working until 2 in the morning, right? I waited tables. I never had weekends off. She's always able to go do whatever she wanted. And then you had Phoebe, who drove a cab but was never in the cab. She asked Jimmy Fallon how many hours she have to spend in a cab in order to make money. She had a cab, but she was always spending time just hanging out with the crew.
Singing
They
Smelly
lived this
Cat.
Yeah, it's Smelly Cat. They have this amazing life. It's not based on reality, and every girl in America has at one point thought that's the way my life should be. And every liberal woman, Karen, in America has looked at their life. It didn't turn out to be like Rachel Green, and they feel cheated. They feel cheated like, oh, capitalism let me down. I should be able to live in New York. How many of you, Kirk, Henry, how many people do you know that have someone in their family, or you know someone who has a daughter, or maybe even someone that you know, I'm moving to New York. Why? Because I've always wanted to live in New York. Why? Because that's the place that everybody should live. And they move to New York, and they find out that it's not Rachel Green. You're living in a tiny apartment with 8 other people. It's nothing like the show. And you've built this up in your whole life that this is the way my life is going to be. And it's nothing like that. And then you just get disappointed, disillusioned with the whole thing that you've been lied to, cheated your entire life. This whole thing of capitalism is awful. I've been lied to. I'm going to go listen to Zohran Mamdani because he's going to give me a free bus ticket because I can't even get on the bus. I'm so poor. That's why these kids have watched these shows forever, and it's brain rotted them to the point that they are so disillusioned because they thought the world promised them something and they didn't get it. Now they feel ripped off, so they're going to reject the whole thing and go with this whole other system of Mamdani and AOC because they're going to give you a bunch of stuff that you think you're entitled to because Rachel Green was entitled to all of that. That's why people have become nihilists, because they become disenchanted, sold a fantasy that was never reality. That's where all these kids are going with it right now. I lived in San Francisco. I had a great time being engaged and first starting a family in San Francisco. And then I left. I lived in San Diego. San Diego is beautiful, but I left. Want to know why? I can't afford to live there. It's too expensive. These kids that live in New York, you see kids that I want to move to Philadelphia. I want to be a part of the whole action of Philadelphia. Well, I don't want roommates. Well, okay, then go live at Puxatawny, where it's a lot cheaper to live than it is in Philadelphia. You want to live in New York? Great. Then you're going to live in New York like a real New Yorker. It's not Friends. You're not going to have this huge, amazing apartment and not pay anything and work kind of 2 hours a week as a coffee shop waitress and be able to have the perfect haircut. That's not reality, but these kids have been told that's reality, and now that they don't have it, now they're nihilists because they think they've been cheated, and they were told if you work hard, go to college, take out a huge loan, you could all live in New York like Rachel Green, and now they find out that that whole thing was a lie. There you go. That's my big thing on Rachel Green. That's why these kids somehow have been convinced that they're getting ripped off, and Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders and AOC will help right this wrong because they were cheated, because they were told go to college, take out $230,000 of loans, and you'll get a job that pays you teacher's salary. You can live in New York in a huge apartment and live the lifestyle of a millionaire on $50,000 a year and $200,000 in student loans, and they don't understand why that doesn't work. You want to comment? 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, I want to talk about the semi-quincentennial as we're getting closer to the 4th of July. I'll take your telephone calls, but I also want to talk about the tricentennial. We'll do that next. I'm Rich Herrera filling in for Dom today on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Before boarding the new Air Force One for its inaugural flight, President Trump defended the gift from the Qatari government and the use of taxpayer dollars to customize it.
This was a gift from a country that's treated us very well.
The $400 million jet has raised questions from some lawmakers and ethics experts.
Frankly, we couldn't build a plane like this because we wouldn't be willing to spend the kind of money necessary. They spent top dollars.
The Air Force has been modifying the new jet since September to meet security, communications, and other needs to transport the president. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
East of Cincinnati, Ohio authorities say 16 children were removed from a home after living in squalor. Police describing those conditions the worst they have ever seen. Some of the kids had to be hospitalized and were hidden from neighbors. Vinton County prosecutor William Archer announced the charges against 4 adult family members.
The 4 defendants were arraigned on 16 counts of second-degree felony, child endangering.
The defendants were ordered to have no contact with the victims. In New York City, a couple scaled the Empire State Building spire in what appeared to be a protest at first, then turned into a proposal before both climbed down. The moment for all the world to see marked a breach in security as New York City enters a period of heightened security ahead of the holiday. ABC's Aaron Katersky says both are now in custody and facing charges.
They have names that they are working with. They believe that these 2 individuals were profiled in a Netflix documentary and have tried these kinds of stunts before. Criminal charges are now in the offing.
Triple-digit field temperatures gripping much of the nation's midsection and now East Coast. The next few days could be the hottest on record for New York City since 2010. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month with Window Nation at 50% off all window styles. Yes, 50% off new, beautiful, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Call now, 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, 2:03 here on WPHT. Who's that? It's not Dom. No, my name is Rich Herrera, filling in for Dom today. Kirk Henry back in our studios in Philadelphia. I'm down in Virginia, where I host the morning show on our sister station, WRVA. But Greg Stocker's asked me to fill in and do a couple of guest host appearances. So I'm pretty excited because I listen to Dom. He's actually come on my radio show down here in Virginia, so it's an honor to sit in for him today here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, phone lines are going right now. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. For those of you just tuning in right now, a couple things we've talked about. We're getting ready for the semi-quincentennial. Today is July 1st. It's Wednesday. 250 years ago, Ben Franklin was walking the streets where you are right now. Thomas Jefferson was somewhere writing feverishly with a quill pen. George Washington might have been in a tavern. If you bumped into one of the founding fathers 250 years ago, knowing what you know today, what would you have wanted to ask them? What would you have wanted to say to them? Would you thank them? Would you ask them a question? Would you tell them, hey, let me second guess you. You could have done this a little bit better. 855-839-1210. I thank them. I thank them profusely, and I'd ask them for advice. How do we keep this thing going? How do I keep this thing going so I can get to the tricentennial? We'll do that this hour as well. And then the other thing is, this was breaking news while we were on the air. You just heard the update. A couple scaled the spire of the Empire State Building for a stunt and a proposal. So I asked, did that guy just mess it up for the rest of us? Because no matter what I do, my wife can now look at me like, yeah, but that guy climbed to the top of the Empire State Building to show how much she loved her. I can't even get you to take out the garbage. Oh, honey, I don't feel like, can't you cook tonight? Yeah, I guess I'll have to cook for you. I mean, the other guy climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, but, if you need me to cook today, I guess I will. Honey, can you put gas in my car? No, I'm busy right now. Oh, yeah, I guess that guy who climbed to the top of the Empire State Building was too busy to get her gas as well. He did so much he might have ruined it for all the rest of us. So again, those are a couple things we're kicking around today as I sit in for Dom here on WPHT. Hey, Charlie's been waiting forever. I want to get to Charlie next. Hey, Charlie, welcome. You're on WPHT. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I would say thank you to the Founding Fathers, and God bless them for sacrificing themselves and risking their necks and this and that. But there was a guy on the other day on one of these shows talking about the Founding Fathers and their views on slavery, and Washington had slaves and Jefferson, but they were against slavery, but they couldn't get the support from other people in the colonies, the wealthier people, I guess, using, it was free labor for them is why they were using slavery, obviously. But they knew it was wrong, and they should have been more adamant about stopping it back then, because it would have saved us so much grief with the Civil War and everything. And you're going to have people even today and in the future, they're going to keep using this as a tool to make money from, to use other people,
Well, let's put this in context, Charlie. Let's put this in context. I'm glad. I've never really discussed this on the radio, so I'll discuss it with you. Was slavery was bad, right? You're going to agree with me on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, slavery was bad, it was immoral, and it was awful, right? Period, end of story. I think we all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson, in one of the early drafts of the Declaration of Independence, had one of the biggest reasons why the colonies should break away from the motherland. And he wrote in there in big, bold letters, all capitals, the Christian king, talking about King George and slavery. And that was one of the early things, that was one of the biggest things in one of the first drafts of the Declaration of Independence. And you go, well, wait a minute, he was a slave owner. How is he condemning something that he participated in? But the way I look at it is, slavery was not a cancer that was only in the United States or in the colonies. It was throughout the world. Slavery was everywhere.
Slaves in Brazil than there was in America.
Well, I mean, but there it was everywhere. It was in Asia. It was in Europe.
It was in China, yeah, sure.
It was in China. It was in the Middle East. It goes on today.
It's still in Muslim countries, yes, sure.
No, it goes on here in the United States of America.
Oh, you realize sex slaves and everything going on, worse than ever, sure.
Do you realize, so when people are smuggled across by the human traffickers, if you go to a festival and they have those wristbands, the nylon ones that you can take a shower on, and you have them for a couple days?
Yeah, like a hospital band?
Right. When the cartels bring people across the border and they smuggle them across, a lot of times when they owe them money, they'll put a band on their wrist, and it'll say who they belong to and how they're going to work their debt off. So I might belong to this cartel, and I'm going to work it off as a laborer. I'm going to work it off as a sex worker. I'm going to work it off as a thief. I'm going to work it off smuggling drugs as a mule. They own those people, and they are sold into slavery when they're brought across in their human trafficking. But nobody talks about that right now. Slavery is bad then, it's bad now, And when you talk about it, we get so caught up in the past and we look backwards. Absolutely, it's a pox upon the entire world, but it wasn't just the United States of America. But nobody wants to have that bigger conversation that you have.
No, we ended it.
You had it. You had it everywhere. The West ended it, and
right.
It took too long to end it. But you take it out of context when you had George Washington. I didn't learn this until I went to Mount Vernon. He was not legally allowed to free his slaves until his death. It was against the law in Virginia for him to free the slaves, and same with Thomas Jefferson. So it's something that you can use as a cudgel to beat people over the head with. But at the time,
absolutely,
just as wild, the crazy idea of you should have people that'll just rule themselves and not have a king was a crazy enough idea. And then you have this crazy idea that all men are created equal and we should not have slavery. These are world-changing ideas that they were able to implement, some sooner rather than others. But these are radical, crazy ideas that flew in the face of everything in the known world at that time.
So did dying on a cross for your friends.
And when you look at this, it's something that we have to deal with, but I wish we would try to deal with it in a way that has the context of what was the world really like? You know what it'd be like? It would be like you and I just having color TV and then try to figure out what the colors are in a black and white TV. We don't know because the context just wasn't there.
Okay.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. And again, I think we can all agree it was bad. It was wrong. It was immoral. And it's something the West corrected, but it didn't start in the Americas. It didn't start in the colonies. It had gone on since the beginning of time. And yeah, it's absolutely something that I think our country can look at and have a lot of introspect on. But remember, it wasn't just here, it was everywhere. So why is it that we beat ourselves up over this more than other people do? Why is it that when you look at this, it's, oh, America's so evil, America's so bad. Okay, were we worse than anywhere else? Or was this what happened at that time in the world, and now the world has become a better place, and we help bring that change about? Something to think about today. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. If you want to comment on that. I do want to get to this one part, though, of the program that I had planned for you today. That help me out here. I think you all will remember this. What was the world like during the bicentennial? I tell this story on my radio show down in Virginia all the time. I grew up on the West Coast, grew up in a little farm town. My dad was a police officer. There was not many people in our town. It was an ag town. They grew tomatoes and lettuce and such. And, you know, once a year we'd go to a Giants game. We'd go to San Francisco. And that's about as big as my world got. And I would read books and I'd see things and like, wow, the Smithsonian Institute. That would be amazing to be able to see that one day. And I remember 50 years ago, the Freedom Train going around, and they took a bunch of exhibits from the Smithsonian and they sent it around the country for people that would never get to Washington, D.C. to see the ruby red slippers of the Wizard of Oz. And I'm like, oh, I want to see those one day. And I remember the train was coming to our little town. Actually, it wasn't even coming to our town. It was coming to the town next to us. And all my friends were like, we're going to go. Came home, Dad, can we go? And he goes, sure, son. I said, okay, here's where it is. And I talked to him and I go, okay. He goes, yeah, we'll go. And my dad was a cop, worked 2 jobs, really busy. I've got just a 9-year-old's excitement for this. I knew the dates. He goes, we could go on Wednesday. I said, Dad, I think it leaves on Tuesday. He goes, no. I know it leaves on Wednesday. I knew I was right. I knew he was wrong, but he was my dad, and I wasn't going to correct him. And then I remember Tuesday morning, he came into my room, woke me up, and said, son, I got the days wrong. I got to work today. I can't take you to the Freedom Train. We're not going to be able to see it. I said, Dad, that's okay. And he left for work. He was wearing his police uniform. And I cried all morning. I put the sheets over my head, and I bawled because I thought that was it. I'll never be able to see any of those exhibits from the Smithsonian because Washington, D.C., from that little farm town in California, should have been, 5 planets away. I'd never be able to get there. And I remember crying so bad. I wanted to be part of this American celebration of the bicentennial so bad, and I was so heartbroken. My dad felt bad. I had never, ever actually gotten over it. I did get to see the slippers one day in D.C., and I cried like I was 9 years old because I finally got a chance to see it. Because I love this country that much. That's why on Saturday, I'm so honored. I'm going to the Washington Monument. I've been invited by the White House for a special viewing party for the program and the fireworks. I'm going to take my son, and I'm going to experience this 50 years later after the heartbreak of the bicentennial. I'd love to hear from people today at 855-839-1210. If you're old enough, what do you remember specifically about that bicentennial 50 years ago? 855-839-1210. How old were you? Where were you? What do you remember about 1976? 855-839-1210. All right, before we do any of that, though, I'm Rich, filling in today for Dom. Fellas, it's time for...
Dom Money Melody. It's Dom Money Melody.
All right, flubbed that a little bit there on the intro, but that's okay. That's on my end here. So
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep my head above water, filling in for Dom.
I know.
Dom has.
I'm the one who was off. I don't
know if people understand. Dom has size 38 shoes. They're big shoes to fill, fellas.
Yeah. So anyway, it's at this point in the show every day we play Dom's Money Melody for a great prize. Today's prize is fantastic, actually. It's a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx, nice. July 21st, 2026, at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation.
That's
tickets
right
are on
my
sale
alley,
at
man. That's
Ticketmaster.com.
Gen X. That's Gen X right there, fellas.
Yep,
Gen X rules.
Woo! More of a Gen Z guy myself, but anywho. It was on this day in 1956 that Elvis Presley appeared on NBC's The Steve Allen Show and performed Hound Dog to a live hound dog.
Yes.
Critic John Crosby panned Elvis's performance, calling him an unspeakable, untalented, and vulgar young entertainer. Funny enough, on this day in 1969, the cover artist I'm going to play you today, him and his family were involved in a car accident in Scotland, injuring himself and his family. But he had a good sense of humor after the fact. He actually crushed the car he was driving, car.
You're telling me a story about a car accident and a family? You're trying to bum me out?
Correct, yes. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do here. No.
Why don't you just talk about there was a baby duckling that lost his mom?
So,
all right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This musical artist I'm going to play here today, covering Hound Dog, got into a car accident.
Oh, I know who this is.
Okay, all right. Don't say it.
I'm going to.
But this person got into a car accident, later then crushed the car into a cube and had it exhibited on his lawn in Tittenhurst Park. So I want to know who this cover artist is. Formerly of a very, very famous band, but eventually went solo to work on some of his own stuff. This is him solo. Want to know who this is covering Hound Dog.
Okay, I know who this is. Guys, I know who this is. Can I sell it? Can I yell it out?
No. Please don't. Please don't until someone
Come on, I'm gonna yell it out.
Do not say the answer until someone else says it.
I'm going to yell it out. It's the
No.
Come on.
No, can't do it.
I'm going to ruin it.
Don't ruin it. No.
What's the number to call?
All right, the number's call is 855-839-1210. Want to know who this is covering Hound Dog.
All right, I know who this is. You better turn my microphone off because I'm about to spit it out. It's WPHT.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right. It was on this day in 1969. This person crashed their car. I want to know who this is.
Right after they climbed to the top of the Empire State Building.
Right. Yeah.
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Want to know who this is crashing their car, but also covered hound dog.
Okay.
All right, who are we going to first? We got Pete up first. Pete, who's covering this?
Yeah, it's John Lennon.
Nicely done. All right.
It's John Lennon.
It is John Lennon, yeah.
No, it's the Village People.
No, that'd have been too easy today.
It's the Village People. That's going to be my answer for every trivia question for the rest of my life. Who invented the telephone? The Village People. All right, so you win the tickets, right?
Yep.
Yes,
Pete's going
sir.
home with these tickets.
That was impressive. Did you know right away?
Oh, I knew by the clues. I knew that he wrecked his car with Yoko and Julian, and he missed a lot of the Abbey Road sessions because he was convalescent.
Yep.
Nicely
Wow.
done.
Exactly. Nailed it.
I'm
Wow,
kind of
impressive.
I'm kind of impressed.
Wow, nicely done.
What was the name of the fifth Beatle?
You got to go with a lot of different ones, like George Martin producing, and Mal Evans with all the tea and sympathy, but a bunch of them.
Who was
Billy Preston goes
wait a
in
minute,
that list.
Yeah, no, I'm going to keep going here. Who was the original drummer?
Pete Best.
Wow. You're like a Beatles savant.
Exactly right.
Wow. What was the name of Paul McCartney's band after he left the Beatles?
Wings, of course. Come on, these are easy.
Listen, I don't know any
Showing
of this
you,
stuff. I thought this song was by the Village People. All right, well, congratulations, you're a winner, guys. Let me get out of the way. What else do we have to tell them?
No, that's it. We got it.
That's it. All right. Kind of anticlimactic after he knew everything there was to know about the Beatles. I was going to ask him if he knew what John Lennon's shoe size was. Do you think he knows?
It's an outside shot.
Or I just use ChatGPT.
Yeah, that could work too.
One of the two. All right.
Probably one of the two.
For those of you wondering, where's Dom? He has the day off. My name is Rich Herrera, filling in today here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I work at our sister station down in Virginia where I host the morning news. And Greg Stocker said, hey, do you want to fill in? Absolutely. Because, guys, I actually watch your show on YouTube.
Oh, really?
And I listen. And Dom's come on my show as well, and he goes on our afternoon show with our afternoon host, so I'm very familiar with this. So he said, hey, do you want to fill in for Dom as we get ready to kick off the weekend? I said, boom. I actually changed my plans. I was originally going to D.C. this afternoon, taking my son who's home from college. We're going to go to the Great State Fair, Great American State Fair, but I said, okay, we can go tomorrow instead of today. He goes, yeah, that's okay, Pop. We'll go tomorrow. So I did open this up, and I need to know something, guys. Again, I live in Virginia, so I just watch Pennsylvania from afar. I saw the story, and I'm sure you guys talked about it. Great American State Fair. The governor of Pennsylvania is?
Josh Shapiro.
And he didn't send anything, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania really had one of the worst, weakest booths at the Great American State Fair. You guys saw that, right?
Yeah.
No businesses. They had like a sign, and I think it was crooked. There was nothing in there. There was nothing in there. It was one of the weakest booths in the entire state fair. The state fair goes for 16 days. So I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm going to go buy the Pennsylvania booth because now the Pennsylvania booth has things in it thanks to the senators of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Are people in Pennsylvania embarrassed that if Fetterman and McCormick hadn't stepped up, you would have had the weakest booth in the Great American State Fair, and people from around the country that were coming to celebrate the semi-quincentennial would have walked into Pennsylvania's booth and go, that's it, and walk back out? Why? Does anybody know? Is there a good explanation why the Commonwealth decided they weren't going to participate or even try to showcase Pennsylvania and all the great things you have in the Quaker state? Why is it that nobody wanted to do anything with this Great American State Fair? And how does that make you feel as Pennsylvanians that you are basically going to be absent from America's 250th birthday in our nation's capital? I'll open up the phones for you, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Guys, I mean, every state represented, some more than others. There's a couple states like, we're not going to do anything. We hate Donald Trump. We're not going to participate. To me, that's kind of weak because 50 years from now when we get to the tricentennial and they go back, what do we do for the semi-quincentennial from Pennsylvania? We didn't do anything because we hate Donald Trump. Do you know how weak that would sound?
Yeah, it does look bad when you look back on history.
it's going to look awful. But thanks to Dave McCormick and John Fetterman, who showed up and they were like, oh, let's go look at our booth. Dude, there's nothing here. McCormick looks at Fetterman and goes, did you know that we didn't do anything? Fetterman looks at McCormick like, bro, what's going on? Oh, I'm gonna have to take my giant Carhartt hoodie off and put it over the front door so nobody can look in here and see how embarrassing this is. Quick, somebody grab me more Carhartt hoodies. We got to cover up our sign. This is embarrassing. As a Pennsylvanian, how do you feel? I'll be honest with you. I would have been mad. I would have been embarrassed. I don't care who the president is. This is America's 250th birthday. And if you're not participating, then shame on you. How would you have felt if you rolled in there? And every other state's got this great vibe going. They've got a rodeo going on. They've got a Ferris wheel. They've got food. They've got people walking around going, they're chanting, Ohio, Ohio. They're going, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. They're yelling, they're singing like the California song. They're singing all these songs. They're singing New York, New York. They walk into the Pennsylvania booth, and there's nothing there. How would you feel if you were there on the first day? You roll in with your license plate. What's it say on the license plate for Pennsylvania?
Oh, man. What
does
it say? That's a good question.
Wow. Wow. Okay, guys. I'm not that embarrassed.
Sorry, I'm not reading the
Keystone?
license plate.
Is it Keystone?
It's not as simple as Virginia's for lovers.
Right. Yeah. It's
actually. I'll have you know, my license plate has "Don't tread on me." I spent the extra $5.
Well, I gotta say for the record, for Jersey, I live in New Jersey. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have any state.
Doesn't it say Garden State?
Yeah, it does.
So if we play Slug Bug, we are going to beat the heck out of Henry.
All right. The new license plates say "Let freedom ring."
In
my defense, the ones I've grown up with for forever, the blue and yellows, don't say anything.
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, if we're playing Slug Bug, Henry's going to need us to take him to urgent care because he's going to have a hemorrhage in his arm from just getting waylaid because he doesn't know anybody's plates. But if you rolled in there, so if you show up, okay, we have people listening from Jersey, right? We have people listening from Pennsylvania. Jersey, you've got a great booth. Pennsylvania, you had nothing. Aren't you kind of embarrassed if you're from Pennsylvania that the governor was that petty that he wouldn't send anything, and you take Fetterman and you take McCormick to rally the troops to send people down there? I saw there was a woman there's a Christmas tree farm. She took a big Christmas tree down. Thank goodness these businesses have rallied. Otherwise, Pennsylvania, you'd look pretty weak compared to the rest of the country. I'd like to know how Pennsylvanians feel about that. I'm embarrassed for you. Are you embarrassed for yourself?
Yeah.
855-839-1210. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah. A little bit. I mean, you can't be the birthplace of independence. You can't call yourself the Keystone State if you're not going to act like you're important and, had a place in this country. Mm-hmm. And more importantly, you can't let Jersey outdo you in anything. So,
right?
Yeah, I'm a little. When you put it that way, it kind of
Ohio
unleashed an anger in me.
Right, Ohio's showing up. Virginia's showing up. Florida's showing up. Hey, all these other states. You got the country was the Declaration of Independence was signed in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. And dude, you don't even show up for the Great American State Fair. I want to know what Pennsylvanians think. I want to know what people think from Philadelphia. And if you're from Jersey and you want to laugh at the Pennsylvanians, they actually deserve it right now because you didn't show up and your governor didn't even want to play in the Great American State Fair. Give me your thoughts. 855-839-1210. We'll continue. It's Rich Herrera filling in for Dom today on WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
An extreme heat warning is in effect this afternoon all the way through Saturday. We'll have sunshine and clouds, more humid with a high 98, but feeling like more than 100. For tonight, very warm and muggy, mostly clear. Low 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Even hotter on Thursday, plenty of sunshine, near record warmth. High 102, but feeling like 110 at times.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, thanks for joining us, everybody. Yeah, see, that's more like it. The King, Elvis. You know, hey, thanks to the Beatles. Thanks England for the Beatles, but Elvis is the king. All right, number for you to join us here on the program, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Pennsylvania, how do you feel that you guys were blowing off? Like I got way too much going on. I can't show up for the Great American State Fair. I know everybody else is there, but I'm too busy. Until John Fetterman and Dave McCormick show up, and they're kind of embarrassed, and they go, bruh, what's going on? Fetterman goes, dude, I'm going to put my hoodie up. I don't want to be seen in here. And they call and they rally the troops. Hey, we got to get some stuff up here. And then a bunch of Pennsylvania businesses stepped up and joined the fair. I'm going tomorrow. After I get done with my radio show at 10 a.m., I do the morning show in Virginia. I'm going to get in my car. It's about an hour and a half drive, but you can't get anywhere close to it, so I'm going to have to jump on the metro, the subway there. But I will go tomorrow, and I will share with everybody. If you follow me on Instagram, Rich, the number 4 America, I will take pictures of the Pennsylvania booth, and maybe I'll even send you guys a report for Dom to tell you how your booth is. But let's take some telephone calls. I'm ready for calls. You ready? How about let's see, 855-839-1210. Can we go to Frank next? Frank, welcome. You're on WPHT.
Hey,
Hello.
Rich.
How you doing, buddy?
I good, real good. I was in the car and I couldn't call before, but this was kind of early on when you were talking about, we would be patriots, and I'm going to be honest with you, because we're kind of looking at it in an anachronistic way, like we know the rest of the story.
100%.
But if we were living at that time, quite honestly, I think most of us, God's honest truth, would have been loyalists, because, the reality is we would have been looked on, not just, we would have been committing treason to the country we were supposed to love and we were raised in. So what they did was really radical. I think, it's a little too easy to say that, we were going to be patriots. Well, we're Americans now. No crap, we're going to say that. But at that time, I think it would have been a different story for most of us if we didn't know what happens later,
I did not know about the Loyalist story at all until I moved to Florida. And this is 2000, when I moved to Florida, 2005. Moved to Florida 2005, and I meet a woman, and she's from the Bahamas. She's Bahamian. And I said, "Oh, you're Bahamian. Wow, that's kind of weird. I didn't know, there were people that moved that were Bahamian. I didn't know anything about the Bahamas." And she goes, "Yeah, we were Tories." And she walked away, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. And I asked her husband, she goes, "Oh, they were loyalists. And after the Revolutionary War, they were forced to flee, and they fled to the British colony of the Bahamas. Her family were loyalists to the king." I'm like, there were people that were loyals to the king. I didn't even know that. And then I get to talk to her a little bit, and she said, "Yeah, we were loyal to the crown. After the Revolutionary War, our homes were destroyed, our crops and all of our livestock were taken, and we were given an opportunity to either flee to the Bahamas to a English colony or face the wrath of the patriots who had won since we stood up against the revolution." And I had no idea that any of that had ever happened. So you're 100% right. What would have been easiest? To stay with the crown. What would have been the next easiest? To just be the 48% in the middle that just said, "Hey, I'm just living my life, brah, I'm out of here. I'm not doing anything." The 30% that were the patriots, they're the ones who took the biggest chance. They're the ones who stuck their neck on the line. George Washington for sure would have been hung. Could you imagine what they would have done to Ben Franklin had the Revolutionary War gone the other way?
Oh, and that's the funny thing, because Franklin's son was a governor of New Jersey who was a loyalist, and they never talked for the rest of their lives. That was the funny thing.
I mean, think about that. You turn on your son, you turn on your country, and you take that chance. Nobody knows his son's name. His son's name is not anywhere to be found. His son's name is nowhere to be seen on money, but Ben Franklin's on the $100 bill. The price he paid for being one of our founding fathers is something that I don't know. I hope I would have. I hope I would have had the guts to do what Ben Franklin did, or to do what George Washington or Thomas Jefferson did. But but you're 100% right. We treat these people as if it were a fait accompli. They knew what they were doing. They weren't taking that much of a chance. And that's a little bit of arrogance, I think, on our part.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. In fact, probably at the time I would have been like, "Well, you're committing treason. What's up with you dudes? It's like you got a country that you were raised in, you're supposed to love, and you're starting a new country." It's like, well,
right. You are. George Allen was the governor of Virginia, and he's a former U.S. senator. He comes on my radio show. I got a couple of governors that come on with me down in Virginia every week, and he's one that he points out that the Declaration of Independence, we look at as, yes, that's right, we're breaking up with the motherland. Actually, it's the biggest call-out, post-up of anybody, and it's the biggest airing of grievances. It's the biggest airing of grievances the world has ever seen, and on such a high-profile way that all of these men were saying, "Hey, King George, what do you got? I'm tired of you. We're done. I don't care how many redcoats you send over here. We're done with your nonsense."
Yeah, I really do believe, because there were so many times during the Revolutionary War we should have been obliterated, and I really think the hand of God was in it, quite honestly, as a Christian. But anyway,
well, I'm gonna go see the George Washington movie this week. that hits the theaters on July 4th. I've been watching it. There's one on Netflix. There's one on Disney Channel. I mean, the hand of God, the providence that, during the French and Indian War, 3 bullets through his coat, not one hit him, through his hat and all the rest.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, there was something bigger than all of this.
Oh, no doubt.
That he made it through. Yeah. No, and you know what, Frank? I think what you're saying is, here's my takeaway from our conversation is, yeah, most of us would have just been right in the middle and wouldn't have been willing to stick our necks out, because we see that today. People aren't willing to stick their necks out the way that our founding fathers were, and I think I admire them even more when we put it in today's perspective.
Oh, I totally agree, and I think even what the lady was saying before is true too. I think it was Adams that said, we have to have a country with a moral foundation, otherwise this experiment cannot work. And I see things trending in a bad way right now. That's all.
But okay, so wait a minute, Frank. I can't let you go that way. I got to say this to you before I let you go, because I want you to enjoy your 4th of July. It's not what it seems.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Can I tell you why?
Yes, please.
So remember I told you 30, 40, 30% Patriots, 30% Tories, 40% in the middle?
Yes.
You could tell by our election results, we're straight up 50-50. We're 50-50 center-right, 50-50 center-left. But what happens is, you and I are counterculture right now. I'm counterculture. You're counterculture. When I say this down in Virginia, I'm going to be honest, Frank, people get so mad at me. Because culture is controlled by the media, by entertainment, by music, and by the media and in Hollywood. And academia. The left control all 5 of those things. So they make it seem like the whole world is going crazy to the left. You don't get a lot of conservative media outside Newsmax, Fox, and Talks Radio, and some podcasts. Everything else is 100% slanted to the left. Academia, you go to a college campus, all these teachers, the majority of them are trending so far to the left. You go to Hollywood, all these movies are so crazy to the left. The music's so crazy to the left. But I will tell you this: I've discovered this being an outsider in the news talk space. Moving into this, there's just as many conservatives and people that love this country as there are people that are leaning to the left. The problem is you've been told your voice doesn't matter because what you read in the newspaper, what you see on TV, what you see on cable news, what Hollywood tells you, you've been told that you're the minority because there's no one that's willing to give you the voice and the platform, so we've forgotten how to use our voice. I will tell you this as someone who's an outsider showing up, when I go down to Capitol Hill in D.C. or I go to the Capitol in Virginia, I see all these activists out there. And it looks like there's a million of them, like, oh my gosh, we're so outnumbered. But if I show up every day, I notice it's the same 50. They just put on different T-shirts. Our voice is just as strong as theirs. We just have to learn how to use it.
I absolutely think, I know you're right. But I don't know if you ever read the book 1984.
I have.
And once the institutions like the academia, the media, that drive the narrative, I think we got to really concentrate on getting some people in there, because just in terms of the younger people coming up, if they're not going to get the true story, there's no way they can think in terms of reality.
Well, I'll tell you this. I've got a 25-year-old. He's going to the University of Arizona. He went to the University of New Mexico. He went to a service academy. Now he's finishing school at the University of Arizona. He's an ROTC midshipman. He's going to go into the Marine Corps when he graduates. He's a poli-sci major. He and I just had this talk yesterday. The professors might lean that way, and a lot of the kids might lean that way, but there's more kids, he said, that leans the other way. It's just tough for them to find their voice to stand up and stand up for America and stand up for themselves. And he said, I do it all the time. And he said, I get kids that'll look over at me like, man, I can't believe you have the guts to say that. And he goes, I've already been shot at. What do I care? When he was on a ship delivering strikers to the DMZ, and they were having missiles shot over the top of the head, trying to intimidate them. And he goes, he goes, I'm not afraid of any of these people. And that's the way he looks at it when he's in class. They are there. They just have to find their voice as well. All right, I'm way over time. Thank you for the call.
Right,
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Have a great 4th of July. We'll continue with you. I'm Rich Herrera filling in for Dom today. This is WPHT.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Rich Herrera with you, filling in for Dom today. By the way, I'm going to tell Dom that it's actually pretty fun to do this show with Kirk and Henry having us back. Guys,
you.
I've enjoyed this very much.
Oh, me too.
Likewise.
Yeah.
So we learned a little bit today, right? Like the British only came up with this. Their accent's fake, I guess, is what we could take away from all of this, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have? Do you still have my song? My little King George song?
Yes.
Can you pop that on real quick? This whole accent of their posh British proper accent we learned today is a complete fake. That they didn't actually talk like this during the Revolutionary War.
Do you think they bought it? No, Your Majesty. This is His Majesty King George III. I've been advised by my public relations team to issue a formal apology. Let's get on with it. Sorry about the taxes, sorry about the tea, sorry about the whole no representation thingy. Sorry for the Stamp Act, sorry for the fees. Looking back now, that was rather beastly. Major house redcoats all across the land. Turns out people don't enjoy strangers in the den. Sorry, America, I got it wrong. Thought I'd tell you what to do for far too long.
So now we learned today on the
I'm here to
program
confess,
that the whole British accent thing is a scam. Did you? I thought that was fascinating. First hour, we had a linguist on who studies how we spoke at one time, and she said, they had a different accent, but it certainly wasn't the hoity posh accent that we hear from British royalty and from the Brits right now. When you hear Keir Starmer talk, he's got this very proper upper crust accent. That none of that took place. That's not how Cornwallis and the Redcoats sounded. They sounded more like us than they do like King Charles. So I thought that was rather interesting. as we get ready to celebrate our semi-quincentennial, fellas.
Yeah, it just goes to show that they have been faking it for however many years. Like, they just put on that accent for Americans just to trick us and to think that they're different, that maybe they're superior. No, it's all a ruse.
Well, and that's the other part of this is, guys, you realize we started the longest losing streak in the history of the world. You know what that is, don't you?
Nope.
That is England. One of the most celebrated holidays around the world, national holidays around the world, is Independence Day.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't know if you guys know this.
That makes sense now that you bring it up.
Right.
Huh.
Like,
never thought about it before.
Yeah, how many countries celebrate Independence Day?
Greece, per Xenos, one of our callers.
Our Greek faction would say Greece for sure.
Yeah, how many celebrate Independence Day?
That's really
from Great Britain. I mean, there's so many.
True.
I think they're like 0-46.
Yeah, it's funny. They were a dynasty at one point. They were winning everything, blowing everybody out, and then all it took was one. Chink in the armor, and then boom, everyone's getting their independence.
Yeah, it's one farmer that the Brits didn't think was good enough to get first. George Washington at first wanted to join the Royal Navy, and they turned him down for a commission. And then he wanted a commission in the British Army, and they said no. And he ended up becoming the father of our country only because England told him no twice. Ben Franklin shows up and he's wearing a coonskin cap. He's dressing like a frontiersman out in France, begging for money. They finally go, yeah, you know what? All right, we'll help you out. Send the French over in the French fleet, and we get Cornwallis and corner him at Yorktown and win our independence. By the way, 65, I had to look this up on ChatGPT. If you're asking how many countries celebrate Independence Day from Britain, England, United Kingdom, the answer depends on how it's counted. 68 sovereign countries have gained independence from the British Empire or the United Kingdom at some point in the history. Of those, 48 to 60 countries officially celebrate a national Independence Day or similar holiday, marking their independence from Britain, depending on how historians classify those countries whose independence came from different places like Canada or the dominions of Australia and such. But basically, what we're saying is the Brits are 0-48 in in wars of independence. Starting with the United States, we started their 0-48 run when it comes to wars of independence. So I just want to thank everybody for letting me hang out with you this afternoon. Thanks to Dom for allowing me to sit in and be a guest host today on the Dom Giordano program. And Kirk and Henry, you guys have been great. My name is Rich Herrera. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your afternoon. Happy 4th of July to each and every one of you, and God bless the United States of America.